Welcome back to my channel. I'm Aso, this is Aso Tarot, and in today's pick a card reading, we are going to be looking at a person that is in your life and why you were always meant to meet them, why they were always going to be a part of your life. So to kind of give you a breakdown of what this reading is going to look like, we're going to start with an energy check where we're going to do a person A, person B format. So person A will have this deck and person B will have this deck. Hopefully that'll be helpful, but I'm going to quickly explain person A, person B for those of you who have any questions. So to know the reading is for you, this is why I do the energy check, so that you don't have to sit through the entire reading wondering if it's meant for you or not. So if you resonate with person A or person B, then the reading is for you. Whoever the other person is, if you know who they are, great. If you resonate with person A or person B and you don't know who the other person is, then that is a sign that the other person is someone that you are meant to meet and you will meet in this lifetime that Spirit wants you to know about. If you resonate with both person A and person B, that is okay. The reading is still for you. What that likely means is that the person that Spirit is bringing up, you and them mirror very heavily. So you will likely see you and the other person in either both sides, or you may see yourself in both sides and this person maybe more strongly on one side or the other. So feel free to kind of make it more fluid. Like if you see yourself as person A, B, and then your person is person B, for example, that's absolutely okay. It doesn't have to be so rigid. You don't have to stress yourself out trying to figure out, like, it's okay to be person A, B. As long as it sounds like you, like your energy is in the reading, then I would say the reading is for you. However, if you do not resonate with person A or person B, that is because it is not your reading. You can try a different reading, you can check out a different video, or you can do anything with your life that brings you joy. You're not allowed to do anything that's mean to yourself or unkind. Those are the rules. And then the cards that will be in between the two of you in the person A, person B format is going to represent the why of why you two are meant to meet, or the overarching ideas and the overarching reasons as to why you were meant to meet. Then we're going to move on into the tarot, and I'm first going to look at what you bring to each other's lives, like how you add to one another's lives, and I'll pull that for the both of you. So we'll see that on both sides. And then I want to see something special about your connection together that the universe wants you to know about. Did that card just move, or am my eyes just seeing things? Then we're going to look at something Spirit wants the both of you to do together. And let's see what that may be. And then we're going to finish off with like any other whys that we didn't already cover. So why else the universe brought you together that they want you to be aware of. This is kind of to be determined. So if I'm in your reading and I decide that I want to do like ask a different question, I may, but I'll still, this is the format we're sticking to. Then we're going to finish off with guidance for you, for them, and for the both of you. So, you know, this is basically a reading for you and the person. It's for both of you. So, you know, if you're watching this and it sounds like a friend that you know, feel free to send it to them if you think it'll be useful. If you're not talking to the other person, or like you can't be in communication with them for whatever reason at this time, then, you know, maybe seeing their guidance might be useful for you. Whatever it may be, I'm just going to treat it like I don't know which side you're on. I'm going to treat it just as like this is a reading for both you and the other person that Spirit wants you to know about. So it's like a double reading, which is so fun. And so I'm really excited to get into this reading today. So let's look at the 4 different pile options that we have. So starting with the first card, card 1, I have this Opalite Pikachu on top. And if you're interested in getting any Pokemon crystals, Google, that is where I got mine. And then for pile 2, we have this Kambaba Jasper T-Rex head on top. I know, it's very cool. And then for pile 3, we have this pink Opalite Patrick star on top. If you are curious as to where I got this, I actually got it in a like Valentine's Day surprise crystal box, but I got it from the site Happy Days. And I think I show the tag, but it's HAPPIEDAZE. I don't know if they still have any Opalite Patrick stars, but if they do, that's where I got mine. Mine was actually a surprise. I literally lost my mind when I saw it. I was so excited. But I don't believe in gatekeeping in this house, so that's where I got it. But I'm sure if you Google like Opalite Patrick or something like that, you should be able to find one for yourself. And then finally, for card number 4, I have this agate elephant on top. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to decide which pile you feel most drawn to. It is absolutely okay to be drawn to more than one pile. Like I said, you could watch all 4, well, I didn't say this, but I plan to say, like, you can have multiple readings in one video. If you resonate with a pile, that message is for you, like, period. It's really not that complicated. Your brain might want to make it complicated, but it's not that complicated. If it resonates, it's for you. If not, it's not. So just take what resonates, don't let the rest take from you, and feel free, if you're drawn to more than one pile, to check them out. The beautiful thing about the energy check is you can rule out piles that are not meant for you, and you can find the piles that are. So once you have picked your pile or piles, go ahead and scroll down to the description box or the comment section where I will have all the timestamps for this reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm so excited to do this reading for you. I really hope you enjoy it, and I will see you in your reading. Hi there, Pile 1. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Opalite Pikachu and this first Oracle card, then this is going to be your reading on why you were always meant to meet this person, whoever the universe is bringing up. We are doing this in a person A, person B format. So if you have any questions about that format or questions about the reading, I go through all of that in the intro, and it is timestamped. So feel free to check that out. I kindly ask that you do not verbally abuse me because you didn't listen to something that I explained in the intro, with peace and love. Anyway, let's get into this reading today by starting and looking at person A and person B. So to start with person A, we have the Star, we have the Liberator, freeing yourself and others from outmoded beliefs, releasing negative thought patterns, and we have the Shark. And then for person B, we have the Sun, we have the Knight, loyalty, romance, and chivalry, a love of honor. And we have the Tarantula. So I'm going to start with these two first. These two cards are going to represent the overarching why. I explained that in the intro, so I don't need to explain it again, but we'll get there. I'm going to start with person A. Actually, no, I want to start with similarities between the both of you first. First of all, you both are being represented by stars because the sun is also a star. So that's really interesting. I definitely think that you and this person, this is going to sound so general, but it's like you're so similar in a lot of different ways, but then there are certain ways in which you're very, very different. And I can also say that this could be like any type of connection. Like this could be a romantic connection. This could be like, for some of you, even a sibling bond. But for a lot of you, I'm getting the vibe that this could be like a really strong platonic friendship or a strong romantic connection, only because we have the Knight here. But starting off with person A, I'd say one of the biggest differences between person A and person B. So person A, to clarify, is the Star, person B is the Sun. The Star person is more eccentric, whereas I feel like the Sun person is more traditional. But the Sun is not like a traditional person by any means. I think the Sun person is just more fixed in certain ways. Like they may hold on to certain patterns and habits longer than it's useful for them, and they may also hold themselves to like these rigid standards or hold themselves to certain beliefs just because they were raised to believe those things. And I think actually person A, the Star's influence, might have some effects on that. But I definitely feel like the Star and the Sun are kind of like two sides of the same coin. And the biggest thing like about how you will know who this person is that there's just so much warmth between you. You light up each other's lives, and honestly, both of you probably bond over the fact that it's hard for the both of you to find people who are comfortable spending time with you. And I think it's because you and this person both shine very brightly. I mean, the star and the sun, those are both very powerful and also positive cards. And I think that this pile especially may understand, like, you may have gotten a lot growing up, like, from other figures around you, you know, when people were mean to you or weren't kind to you, them saying, oh, well, they're just jealous. And you might be like, okay, but jealous of what? Or like, why do they even behave that way? And I think one thing that you and this person bond over, whichever side you're on, is the fact that the both of you can appreciate how brightly you both shine. And there's no competition. There's no need to overpower one another or feel insecure about one another. Like, I feel like the both of you just add more light to each other's lives. And I think that you both have been a very needed presence for one another, because I think both of you in the past have dealt with connections in general, whether platonic or romantic, where the other person couldn't really handle your light, either because they had their own insecurities or they hadn't cultivated their own light for themselves. Whatever it may be, I feel like the both of you have been hurt in the past and just made to feel like you're either not good enough or that it's just easier to be alone. And I think that your connection with one another is something that has been really freeing for the both of you, because your connection is not only real, but it's also one where you both are secure enough in yourselves that, like, the other shining brightly doesn't intimidate you. It just, like, makes you proud of the other person. You know what I mean? And I also think that you both shed a lot of light on each other's shadows. And this isn't a bad thing. Actually, I think that this is a really great thing, because I do feel that there's a level of trust here and a level of respect here where you both are kind but still honest with one another. And I also think that this is really cool because I think that you both just feel better when you're around one another. You lift one another up. And I also think that maybe, for example, both of you are in the public eye in some way, or are in leadership positions, or just know what it's like to shine quite brightly. And I feel like you both are a support system for one another. Now, the big difference, especially for person A, I'll get into potential signs that person A could be. In the star, we have Aquarius energy, but we also have water energy with the shark. So that would be Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer, though they do not have to have those placements, but they could have those energies. Person A is definitely, I think I already used the word eccentric, but they're definitely someone who probably resonates with the term starseed, or just they may feel like, rather than believing that they were born in, rather, like, this person is just ahead of their time, I guess is the best way to describe it. Like, you know how some people say, like, I was born in the wrong time period? This person would believe that, but they wouldn't talk about the past, they would talk about the future. The star person definitely is someone who does things their way. I literally just heard marches to the beat of their own drum. And I definitely think that they are someone who is very kind, very accepting, and very open to the eccentricities of other people as well. But I also think that this is someone, the star person is someone who has no problem calling out, like, what this Liberator card says, you know, things that aren't working, outmoded patterns, different beliefs. Like, I would not be shocked if the star person has some, like, religious trauma, if they grew up in, like, a strong religious environment, because they may have been the one to, like, call things out or ask why too much, or you know, just think for themselves, which of course is in a lot of religions is not good. So it's actually great if you're person A, if you're the star person, it's wonderful. I'm so glad that you're able to do that. But you may have been taught, like, to not be honest, or if you are the star person. I feel like the star person was maybe taught to be more careful with their words, or not just, like, blurt things out, or they may have learned to just keep their thoughts to themselves because they may, like, they didn't want to deal with the backlash or deal with any negativity when they bring up things that don't make sense. Like, I could definitely see the star has definitely gotten under some authority figures' skin, whether they've tried to or not. It's just kind of the nature of who they are. Like, the star person is intelligent, and I wouldn't be shocked if the star person has a lot of interest in like scientific fields or just astronomy in general, or it could be astrology or astronomy. But I definitely think that the star person just has this cosmic vibe to them that's just very like, it's not very earthly, it's very different. Here's what's interesting. With the sun person, you know, obviously the sun is a star, but we call it the sun because it's closest to Earth. So I would say that the sun person is likely the more grounded between the two of you. And for the sun person, we have a lot of fire energy. So we have Leo energy with the sun, and we also have fire with a tarantula, and that would also include Aries and Sagittarius. So there could be fire energy here. Absolutely doesn't have to be. Take that as that resonates. But I definitely think that the sun person is a little bit more grounded, whereas I feel like the star person is maybe a bit more spacey. And I also think that the sun person is better at like staying in a routine, for example, or having like a fixed way of doing things, whereas I feel like the star is more chaotic, the sun is a little bit more organized. But I mean, the differences here could be minute, if I'm being honest. Like, the sun may be just a little bit more organized and the star may be just a little bit more chaotic, but I feel like you two balance each other out really well, especially because the sun seems to be more traditional, which I think the star maybe needs a little bit of like, not tradition, but at the very least, I feel like the sun grounds the star person in a way where they just kind of help them feel more grounded and safe and in their body and like seen and heard. I feel like the sun person has made the star person feel like, the sun person has taught the star person that there can be really wonderful humans in the world, and that they can trust certain people to be honest. I feel like the star person has learned from the sun person that they can be honest and they can call things as they see them. They just have to have the right audience, and the sun is definitely the right audience. Whereas I feel like the star is really useful for the sun person because the star is a liberator. The star is the one that points out, you know, outmoded beliefs, outmoded patterns. And so I think that that could be very beneficial for the sun person, because then they're able to see where their own routines or their own habits are setting themselves, are setting them back. And one thing that you two have in common with one another as well is I think you're both very misunderstood. I think it's interesting that we have both the shark and the tarantula, because those are two animals that people often talk about being afraid of, you know, sharks and spiders, even though they're both incredibly important to the ecosystem and they've done nothing wrong. But in this case, you know, I think that the star person brings this realness and this authenticity to the connection that I think brings the sun a lot of comfort, because the sun person is like very loyal. I think the star person is more go with the flow, and I think the star person is a lot more comfortable with like connections that aren't that deep, or connections at the very least where they aren't high maintenance. Like, I don't think the star does well with like high maintenance connections or connections where things aren't very chill, I guess is the best way to describe it. Whereas I feel like the sun person, if they're not careful, they can give a lot of their time and energy to the wrong people, because I feel like the sun has a really strong sense of morality and a sense of integrity. And I feel like the sun person is the type of person to always want to do the right thing, even if the person they're doing the right thing for wouldn't do the same for them. And so I think the star is a really nice counterpart for the sun person, because the sun person feels safe being loyal to the star person, and the star person has this sense of trust with the sun person where they know that they can be honest and they can, you know, they can be honest, or like bring up any insecurities or bring up things like that need to be worked through. And they know that the sun person isn't just going to be like, well, screw you, like, bye. Like, you both are going to work through things. And there's this, let's just say, like, if I was going to put this into one sentence, you and this person, it would be real recognizes real. And I think the both of you shine light on wonderful attributes that you both don't get enough credit for. I feel like both of you hype one another up in ways that other people can't, because other people can't admire those qualities within you because they're too busy being insecure about themselves. I also think that the sun person has this, what is it? The sun person may struggle between doing what is right for them and doing what they've been taught is right. This tarantula card talks about like dharma and your life's purpose. So maybe you and them, well, if you're the sun person, maybe the star person, you and the star person are connected, and like maybe the sun person met the star person through like something that's aligned with their life purpose. Or it could just be that the star person provides a healthy amount of support for the sun's person's like life path and life journey, and they may help the sun person recognize where they're not being real with themselves, or where they're maybe not putting themselves first. I also think that the star person as well, I feel like they feel safe to be honest with the sun person in a way where they don't typically get to be that honest. Like they know that the sun person isn't going to take it the wrong way. There's this energy here where it's like you both can be your truest, most authentic selves with one another, and neither of you are going to like run in the other direction screaming. Like you understand one another, and you understand each other's quirks and each other's idiosyncrasies, and you know, and I think rather than seeing those as flaws or something bad, I think it just adds to who the both of you are. I really think there is this deep appreciation for one another, and I also just think as well, like, you both, like, if you both are out in public together, you might attract a lot of attention just because, and it may not even be like, you may not even realize it, but just the energy between the two of you is just pretty high vibe. Like, I would say overall, this is a very positive connection for the both of you. And I think more than anything, like, I'm hearing the song that says, like, you can count on me, like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. Like that is definitely the vibe between the two of you. So let's see why the two of you were brought into each other's lives. So to start with this circle card, it says, I relax. A sacred shield of spiritual protection supports my heart in attracting exceptional blessings and generous grace. So definitely there's a heart connection here. Like you are in one another's hearts, whether in a platonic or romantic way or familial way, that'll be up to each of you. But what I do know is that like there's a deep love and mutual respect here between the two of you. And I also think that that one reason why you are meant to meet one another and be in one another's lives is like, I actually think that you are a form of protection for one another. In the sense that, like, let's say, for example, you are both in the public eye in some way. You can be a support system for one another. You can be a way of, like, venting to one another about certain things. But also, I think that this connection is just protective. Like, especially if you are, for example, in the public eye and you're, like, dealing with criticism, or even if you're not in the public eye, but you're just dealing with crap from a coworker, for example. Like, I feel like you and this person provide a support for one another that keeps you both in like a good energy, and also helps you both overcome the negativity of the outside world and see the negativity of the outside world for what it is. Like this connection in general is a blessing that you are both meant to be blessed with. And like exceptional blessings, I feel like those are things you're meant to gain in your own life, but I feel like this connection itself is an exceptional blessing. And I think that you both feel very grateful to be in one another's lives. And I think that the biggest reason as to why you were meant to be in each other's lives is because this connection, no matter what it is a gift. And every human on this planet deserves to have connections like this, where people just understand you. And also where, like, one beautiful thing I love about you and this person as well is that, like, even though you have so many similarities, I think you fill in for one another where you have different weaknesses. Like, for example, the sun person could be like really good at cooking. So maybe the sun person helps teach the star person how to like cook certain things or how to, you know, meal prep or something like that. Whereas the star person can help the sun person let go of the need to be in a rigid routine and have some spontaneity, have some more fun. I feel like you both balance each other, like I said, balance each other out really well. And I think there's just a deep love between the two of you. And like, it's just beautiful. I love to see it. I forgot to grab this card. So we also have intuitive knowledge, unconscious receptivity, synchronicity. So there's more water energy here between the two of you. And I really just think that like if, well, for example, if both of you are on a spiritual path or something like that, I think that you both bond over like spiritual things. But more than anything, like the reason why you were brought together is to just kind of be, you know, partners in crime and support one another in a cold, cruel world, and in a world where we feel lost and lonely. Like this connection serves as a way for the both of you to feel less alone, to understand more about yourselves, to understand more about each other, to understand connection in general. But with intuitive knowledge, like I also think, like I said, you both have a lot of light, and I like I said earlier, I think you both shine light on each other's shadows, and it's not in a bad way, it's in a wonderful way where like you both can see the things about one another like that other people don't see. Like let's say, for example, the sun person is a great singer, but they never sing around anyone else. They just really like doing it for themselves, you know? Maybe they feel comfortable enough about the star person to sing in front of them, and you know, the star person is like, listen, sun person, your voice sounds like a combination of Fergie and Jesus. Like, hypes up the sun person and makes them feel good about a quality that nobody else could talk to them about because they don't share it with anyone else. You know what I mean? But I also think that, like, your paths are aligned in a way where as long as you're in alignment with the path of love, in the sense of, like, your path of love, their path of love, like, I feel like this connection will always kind of be there in some way to support the both of you. I really do feel like, as well, with the intuitive knowledge here, like I feel like there's a spiritual connection here where you and this person may go beyond this lifetime, or you may be establishing a connection in this lifetime where you come back together in future lifetimes. But I definitely think that you are just both a source of support. You're pillars in one another's lives, pillars of support, pillars of joy, pillars of kindness, pillars of hope, pillars of healing. And you both are meant to kind of make this crazy journey of life a little bit easier. And I also think with all the blue here, especially with the Knight and the Liberator, I think that your conversations together could be quite healing. And I also think that there's kind of like an intuitive understanding between the two of you where you don't, like, one of the nice things may just be that you don't have to explain yourselves to one another. Or if you do have to explain yourselves, it's very rare. I also just think that there is this mutual camaraderie because there's definitely things that you both share in terms of being misunderstood or being judged or criticized for who you are, whatever that may be. But I definitely think that there is this just beautiful light between the two of you. And I wouldn't be shocked if other people are jealous of this connection, because it is really positive. It is really beautiful. It is really bright. And yeah, you two are blessed. So we're going to go ahead and get into the tarot now. But while I shuffle, I do quickly just want to thank you guys so much for everyone who takes the time to support me in any way, whether that is by liking the video, that is super helpful, commenting down below, letting me know how it resonates, or subscribing, checking out my candles. Well, this is technically not my candle, but it's by my candle maker, Angelic Magic 888. You can use code ASO10 on any of my candles or any of the candles on her site for 10% off if you're interested. Also, just letting the ads play in the background while you do something else, incredibly helpful. So thank you so much to everyone who does that, because like, you help me be able to do this, and that is just, those are just wonderful ways to show appreciation, or, you know, if you want to support me in any way, those are there. If not, just grateful you're here, grateful to be reading for you. But I gotta hype myself up. By the way, let me know what your favorite Pokemon is since you picked this deck, or since you picked this one. And if you're playing Violet or Scarlet, and what you think of them. Okay, so first I want to look at what you bring to each other's lives. So I want to see, so I'm going to shuffle one for the star and one for the sun. And the one that comes out on the star is going to represent what the star brings to this connection that the sun appreciates, and vice versa. Hopefully that doesn't become too confusing. So Spirit, what does the star bring to this connection that the sun person appreciates? What does the star person? Okay, we got two. So, ooh, I can't see this. Okay, we have Temperance and we have the King of Wands, leadership and success. So I definitely think, okay, so one thing that the sun appreciates is the fact that the star person hypes them up and also helps them feel more confident in themselves as a leader and as a risk taker. I also think that the sun finds the star person to be very funny, and the sun also trusts the star person, like their opinions, their judgments. I think that the sun person also sees the star person as like a worthwhile counterpart, in the sense that like you're in each other's leagues. And what I mean by that is not in like the typical sense, like, oh bro, she's out of your league, like she's way harder than you. Like you both are really hot, to be fair. And I meant temperature because like stars are hot. But point being, I really just think that like you both have like a prime sense of humor. I think the sun person finds the star person to be absolutely hilarious and loves like the jokes that the star person has. But also with Temperance being here, like the sun person loves that the star person balances them out and kind of, you know, adds to them. And actually what's so cool is we even have the same, like this pouring of water in both of these cards. And I really do think that like one thing that the sun appreciates too about the star person is that the star person like may initiate plans or initiate get-togethers or just initiate communication in general. And I think the sun person really appreciates that because maybe they're used to always being that person, and so they feel very safe in the connection with the star person because they feel like there's mutual give and take. And they also appreciate how like the star person matches their energy. I also think with Temperance being here, you know, this is Sagittarius energy. I think that the sun person appreciates that the star person expands their mind and expands their worldview and makes them think in ways that they haven't thought before. So it's like this really beautiful combination. So to summarize what the star person brings to the connection that the sun person appreciates is the fact that the star person is a go-getter like the sun person. The star person also has their own successes, also takes accountability. And I also think that the star person just has this beautiful connection to their higher selves, to spirit, that the sun person really admires. I also think that the sun person sees the star person as someone that like is just a motivating force for them. And I also think the sun person sees the star person as just like a beautiful counterbalance, as someone that matches their energy really well and someone that like fills their cup up. Like the sun feels rejuvenated after spending time with the star rather than depleted. So now let's see what the sun brings to the connection that the star person appreciates. So Spirit, what does the sun person, okay, man, we have the Ace of Swords. I kind of want to see what these are. Okay, I'm going to put these back, but we also have the Nine of Pentacles and the Three of Cups. So I think I'm going to add these, but I'm going to take the Ace of Swords as the main one. Two big things that the sun person appreciates about the star besides this Ace of Swords is that you both have just so much fun when you're together and that there's just a lot of happiness between the two of you. And the sun person appreciates the compassion that the star person lends them, because I think the sun can be very hard on themselves. And so the star person is very good at reminding them, you know, what they deserve and when they're being unfair to themselves. And I think that's a vice versa thing, but I think the sun person needs more help in recognizing when they're being unfair to themselves. I also think the sun person appreciates the fact that the star person is very independent and is successful on their own. Maybe the sun person is used to always being there for other people, or always having people depending on them or expecting things from them. And so I think that the sun person really appreciates that the star person is independent and is also kind of low maintenance, in the sense that like the energy is chill. Like, if you guys don't talk for a little while, like, you're not gonna get all up in arms and be like, why haven't you talked to me? Like, there's just this chill understanding of, like, we'll get to each other when we get to each other. But also, with the Ace of Swords here, one thing that the Sun person loves, one thing that the Sun person brings to the connection that the Star loves. I'm so sorry if this is getting confusing. I think I'm confusing myself, but we're too deep in it now, so just hold on. One thing, okay, so besides the things I just described, which the things I just described, to reiterate, are things that, oh shit, I'm getting myself confused. Because I'm pretty sure I just read those last few cards from the Star's perspective. I don't know. Give me grace. Please give me generous grace as I try to get back to where I was. What I was just channeling was meant to be what the Sun person brings. Wait. Fuck. I literally just got myself lost, which is so ironic when I'm holding the breakthrough and mental focus. Okay, well, this card is meant to represent what the Sun person brings that the Star person appreciates. Yes. If I confuse those, I'm so sorry. If I confused you, I'm so sorry. Take what resonates, let the specificity go if, like, it resonates for both of you. I don't know. Point being that what the Sun brings to this connection is they bring truth and awareness for the Star person that they need, especially if the Star person, like, is in a more chaotic energy. I think the Star person really appreciates how the Sun person has, like, just a very matter of fact and, like, grounded way of communicating that helps the Star person when they're feeling very foggy or, like, mentally, like, unsure of themselves, or, like, they're really stuck in their head. I also think that, like, the Sun person just brings a very, the Sun person has a very acute perspective that's very helpful for the Star person, where, like, I think the Sun person may be more detail oriented, whereas the Star person is, like, more big picture. And so I think that the Sun person helps the Star ground their ideas more. But I also think that, like, the Sun person just brings this perspective that the Star person needs to have a more holistic understanding of themselves, you both, and the world. I also think that the Sun person is just, like, very nice to talk to. Like, I think that one thing about one another, I'm definitely gonna have to change this question because I'm getting myself confused. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm sure you're confused too. I hope you're not. Maybe you're keeping track. Maybe I'm just confusing myself. It doesn't really help that I have short-term memory and I'm not the one channeling the information. Well, I am the one channeling the information, but it's not my information. Anyway, I really just think overall, like, the conversations that you both have are, like, very healing. And I think that one quality that the Sun has is to almost, like, know what the Star person needs to hear without even realizing it. Like, the Sun might get worked up about something and they might start talking to the Star and be like, you know what, like, I'm so done with XYZ. Like, it's such BS that like, this thing exists in this way. And the Star person will be like, oh my gosh, I was literally just thinking about that today. Like, I totally agree. And then you get into this, like, healing conversation about, you know, how ridiculous it is, for example, that people drive slowly in the left lane. Like, disgusting. Couldn't be me. And if you live in another country where the lanes are switched, I'm not talking about you. Anyway. Oh my gosh, this has just been a little bit of a shit show, but it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. I hope you're still hanging on with me. But to summarize as much as I can, I think that you both appreciate that there's mutual give and take, good conversation, very funny between the two of you. And I just think there's like a mutual trust here, and just, like the person you can talk to about anything. Like I feel like this is the vibe between the two of you. So now I want to see something special about your connection that Spirit wants you to be aware of. We have the Empress, centered and abundant. I think that says centered. One thing about me, I'm always find the spelling errors. Anyway, I love this because this shows me that your connection with one another is mutually supportive, especially for your feminine energies. I feel like you both bring creative inspiration to one another. I feel like this connection flows very naturally. Like there may be cycles where you both are talking a lot and then maybe talking less, or there may just be like maybe you and this person have known each other for a really long time, and so you've seen each other through different stages of life, and like that is really special to be able to see, you know, how you both grow and evolve and how you lead your lives. But also I just think that this connection is something that is a source of rejuvenation for the both of you. It's a source of security, and it's like the energy that you bring together is like nourishing, like mother's milk, literally. Like the energy that you have together is like so nurturing for one another. And I think that you both help one another feel more confident about yourselves. I also think that there could be similar aesthetic tastes, or you help one another find your own aesthetic taste. I also think that like this is just a connection where you feel free to just create and be spontaneous and go with the flow. And I just really think that like if you both work together in some sort of way, I feel like you both can accomplish a lot together. I also think that you both help one another come back to center, in the sense of like, if one of you is really overwhelmed about something, I feel like you can talk to the other person about it, and it's like you're able to see like how your worries or your fears may have been running away with you, or being like very over the top. You could recognize where maybe your perspective was a little dramatic, or where maybe you were being too hard on yourself or something like that. I really just think that you both provide a source of nurturing for one another. And I also think you both help one another feel good about yourselves. I think you both have this very beautiful, lovely energy here, where it seems like you guys like to go with the flow. It seems like you guys like to be creative or just be silly and have fun. And I think that this is a very healing connection for the both of you, and that's what makes it so special. It's one that makes you both feel good. It's one that makes you both feel more relaxed and calm. It's one that definitely helps the both of you be more open to blessings you're meant to receive. And I also just think that like I just heard the phrase friend, lover, and parent all in one, so that could be the case. Not for all of you. This person may not be your lover, like in a romantic sense, but like definitely this, like you both love each other very much, and whatever your connection to them is, like I definitely just think that you both are a source, like this is family, like in the sense of like soul family. So now I want to see something that Spirit wants you both to do together. What is something that Spirit wants these two to do together, please? We have the Five of Wands with frustration and opposition. So I feel like one thing, maybe if you've had frustrations with one another recently, I think that Spirit may be encouraging you guys to face those things and talk about them, because I think you both have the capabilities to work through them. But if that doesn't resonate, then I think more than anything, Spirit is encouraging both of you to voice either your frustrations more, or voice your fears about facing opposition, or voice like your fears around uncertainty. And I think that's because both of you may be like holding back on that out of like not wanting to bother the other or bring the other down. And it may be that like you both just have the right words to that you both need to hear from each other. I'm also hearing though, if you've been thinking about joining a team with one another, whether like a sports team or something like that, I feel like Spirit is really encouraging you to do that. It might be something really fun to help you both work together. But also, if you and this person exist in a group, like let's say you both have a group of friends, and maybe there's been frustration with a person or a couple people in that group or opposition in some way, Spirit might be encouraging you both to like either talk about it in a way where like maybe you both haven't talked about it at all, or maybe Spirit wants you both to address something about that, and maybe you just haven't because you don't want to see it as like talking behind someone's back or something like that, which I wouldn't say it's that. I think if you're dealing with opposition from someone, you know, I think that's just talking about your experience, and Spirit may be encouraging you to bring that up. But more than anything, I think Spirit is really just encouraging the both of you to be honest about when you're facing that energy or when you're not, or when things are tough, because I think that both of you already have a well enough like sense of how to regulate yourselves and care for yourselves. And if either of you are not in a place to be like listening to someone venting or something like that, like I feel like that will happen, like that person will voice that. But I also think with the Five of Wands here, if there's some sort of opposition you're facing, like a governmental body, or like for example, like let's say you both live in the same building and you're dealing with opposition from the building managers, Spirit may be encouraging the both of you to team up and find a way to come up with a solution or stand up for yourselves or whatever it may be. I feel like if there's any frustrations in either of your lives or together, I feel like Spirit is encouraging you both to face it, or at the very least talk about it together, because there may be solutions neither of you have seen yet, or there may be just some conflict resolution to be had. But we're going to go ahead and finish the tarot portion off by asking if there's any other whys in terms of why Spirit brought you and them together. So, me. Wow, okay. So we have the Tower and the Three of Swords. So I definitely think that you both understand what it is like to have the rug ripped out from underneath you and to experience extreme heartbreak. I feel like there is something very challenging or even traumatic that you both have gone through that you resonate with. Even if the situations are different, I think you both bond over being misunderstood, or maybe having like chaotic upbringings, or just experiencing a lot of discord and conflict and just a lot of icky vibes. The exact opposite of what you both bring together when you are together. I feel like a big reason why you and this person met was to help one another heal past wounds that you had, especially when those wounds led you both to making conclusions about yourselves that weren't necessarily true. Like, oh, maybe I'm never meant to find love, or maybe I'm just not good enough to have like real friends, like stuff like that. Like, you're here to release any distorted perspectives you have about yourselves that aren't fitting. And also, I think that you both were brought together to help heal past wounds that were no longer serving either of you, and that, you know, I feel like you both needed someone who kind of understands what those wounds feel like and what those experiences are like in order to feel heard and understood. And so I just think Spirit really brought the both of you together, because not only could you help one another heal, but this connection could be a source of stability in a very rocky and chaotic time in both of your lives. Or maybe you both have rocky and chaotic lives and you are that source of stability for one another. Overall, it's very, very beautiful energy. And now I'm just going to go ahead and pull some like guidance cards. I'm going to pull for the star person, for the sun person, and for both of you. We've got quite a few decks to get through. So, Spirit, what's one thing you want the star person to know about themselves? I trust in divine timing. So if you are the star person and you are wondering about the timing of something, I think the universe is asking you to trust in divine timing on this. Or if you have been trusting in divine timing, or like thinking that consciously, I think that the universe is letting you know that you are right for doing that, and you're following your intuition in that, and to continue trusting the timing of your life. What about the sun person, Spirit? What does the sun person need to know about themselves? I am a healer. So I definitely think that the sun person may be in a place right now where they're either not recognizing their ability to heal or not recognizing how they bring healing to other people. And so if the sun person sees the star person as a healing presence, I feel like the sun person needs to know that they are also a healing presence, and also that the sun has the ability to heal and let go of old beliefs, old patterns, anything that doesn't serve them. But what is something that both the sun and the star have about themselves that they need to be aware of? I follow my heart. Oh, that's so beautiful. And I love that because there's this Libra energy, which is partnership. So I definitely think that one thing you both need to know is that you can trust your hearts to guide you, because your hearts guided you to one another. And also that this is a beautiful heart connection, and you can't always necessarily explain a connection like this very well. It's something that's felt and something that's understood. And I definitely think that this is just such a beautiful connection, and definitely one where you both make a great team. So now I'm going to pull from this deck, and we are going to look at a trigger statement and a true statement for each of you. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for the star person, please? Okay, we have the third eye chakra with the theme of nourishment. The trigger statement is, it's all my fault. And the true statement is, I see what I truly need. Your energetic body needs nourishment, so begin to discern physical hunger from spiritual hunger. Cherish your body and the way it supports you. What about the sun, Spirit? What guidance does the sun person need to hear? So we have the crown chakra with the theme of transmutation. The trigger statement is, I don't know who I am, and the true statement is, I am. There is no efforting required for this shift. Be present and allow every aspect of your being to transform. So it definitely seems like you and this person are both going through some intense spiritual stuff right now. And I definitely think as well, there's this energy here where Spirit wants you both to know that there's like a discerning quality between the two of you. If you're both spiritual, like you can trust one another. Like if you need help with discernment, I think you could trust one another on that. But what is something that both the sun and the star need to know? What guidance do you have for the both of them? We have the heart chakra. The theme is balance. The trigger statement is, no one understands me. And the true statement is, I ask for what I need. From a place of love, you need to stand up and speak your truth. What you wish for is what the universe wishes for you. So I love this because, first of all, this represents the balance in your connection, but also if you've been feeling like there are certain elements of like you not understanding them or them not understanding you, it's time to speak up about that, because ultimately you're coming at one another from a place of love and care. So when you're feeling that way, don't be afraid to be honest with one another. But also, I think that this is also a sign that because you both feel misunderstood, and I love that this card came out because it just confirms that feeling of like you both are kind of like outsiders or misfits in a sort of way where you understand one another. Being that support system and kind of teaming up together when you do have to stand up for yourself or do stand up for each other, I think that could be really useful. And maybe you both need more confidence in terms of like speaking up and asking for what you need, even if it's as silly as like, I actually asked for regular fries instead of sweet potato fries, instead of just like eating the regular fries. Silly example, but you get what I mean. Okay. I'm going to pull from this angel deck. And let's see. Is there an angel watching over the star person that has guidance for the star person, please? Okay, we have Archangel Jules. Align with the highest and go with the flow. I think you're pretty good at doing that if you're the star person, so not to worry, but I definitely love this energy of going with the flow. I almost see this like little star, well, I think that's actually a seashell. But I definitely think you're like a cute little seashell. if you are the star person. Even if you're not the star person, I think you're a cute seashell. Get over it. Okay. Oh, speaking of cute seashells, has anyone ever seen Marcel the Shell? Quality programming. Anyway, what about an angel watching over the sun person? What guidance do they have for the sun person? We have Archangel Faith. With faith, you are invincible. Believe in yourself. And that's interesting. There has been this juxtaposition in the whole reading of like fire and water. So fire and water in general could be very significant. But yeah, this is just beautiful energy. And what guidance do the archangels have for both person A and person B? And who is this angel watching over them? Ah, we have Archangel Raphael. See with enlightened eyes and open to abundance, which I love because Archangel Raphael is also the archangel of the heart space. So I definitely think that Archangel Raphael is watching over the both of you. And maybe if you've had any disagreements recently, it may be time to look at how, for example, maybe some of you have been like projecting onto one another, or maybe you've been like allowing tension to exist because you're afraid to like acknowledge something. I feel like you need to know that it's safe when you're coming at things from a place of kindness and love. Like you both are at a place in life where you're not gonna like, where like if you bring a concern, like the other person's not gonna be like, so you're saying that you hate me and like you never want to talk to me again. Like I don't think any of that stuff's gonna happen. I think that like, and I think it could actually bring the both of you closer. But I'm gonna finish off with a surrender card for both of you and then together. So for the star person spirit, what do they need to surrender at this time? Ooh, we have surrender to miracles. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. What about for the sun person spirit? We have surrender to spirit. Once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine. Let spirit work its magic for you. And then finally, what do both person A and person B, the sun and the star and the sun, what do they both need to surrender at this time? Archangel Raphael, what do you think that they need to surrender? Whoa, okay. Wow, okay, so we have surrender resentments. Holding on to resentments only poisons you. Try to forgive others for their shortcomings and keep moving forward towards a positive situation in your life. So, okay, so maybe for some of you have been like in an argument with this person or in a disagreement or something, and I definitely think spirit is calling you both to heal that, maybe, if that feels right for you. Obviously, don't do anything that you're not comfortable with. But pile one, this is where I'm going to leave your reading. I'm so sorry if it got confusing. I really hope it wasn't too bad. I hope you got the messages that you needed to, but thank you so much for being patient with me and for watching anyway, and for being here and for being kind to me. Also, just thank you so much for supporting me in any way you can, like letting my ads play in the background, commenting down below, subscribing, liking, checking out a video with an extended, getting an extended, checking out my candles, use code ASO10 for 10% off. You can also check out my social media, which is linked down below, and also like I pretty much just only use Instagram, and I also have merch. But that's all I have for you guys, so thank you so much for watching and for being here and for giving me the opportunity to read your cards. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Kambaba Jasper dinosaur head, then this is going to be your reading on why you and this person were meant to meet, why you're in each other's lives. So if you want a full breakdown of the reading, there is one in the intro. We are doing a person A on this side with this tan card and person B on this side with this white card. If you are confused by that, I explain everything about that in the intro, as well as the full breakdown of the reading. So if you're confused or have questions, it's there. If the intro doesn't answer your questions, feel free to ask them. If I don't see them, hopefully someone else who knows the drill will. So let's go ahead and start by looking at who person A is. So to start, we have the Hierophant. We have Servant. Delight in serving others with a free and loving heart. And we have the Deer. And then for person B, we have Judgment. Straighten. Okay, well, we have two. We have the Mouse, as well as Pioneer, passion for doing and creating what has not been done before. No, Miss Triceratops, come back down. And person B got two cards. We also have the Turtle. And then these two cards will represent the overall why you were brought together before we get into the tarot. So I'm standing like this just to make sure everything is in the frame, and it is. So let's get started. Okay, so I'll start with signs that I'm seeing. We have a lot of earth and water here, specifically with person A. Taurus energy is coming through very strongly, but we have all earth energies here with the Deer, so that would also be Virgo and Capricorn. And then for person B, we have Scorpio with Judgment, because Judgment is ruled by Pluto, and Scorpio is also ruled by Pluto. We have water signs, which include Scorpio, as well as Pisces, and I want to say Aquarius and Aries, but Aries is a fire sign and Aquarius is an air sign. So I felt the need to blurt them out, but the other water signs are Cancer and Pisces, including Scorpio. And we have more earth here, like I said, Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. Person A seems to be predominantly earth. Person B seems to be more of a mixture of earth and water. But the fact that I had a fire sign and an air sign come through, person B could be an amalgamation of different things. Now, of course, you don't have to be those specific signs, or have those signs in your chart, but they're there for confirmation. So I want to start with person A, and I think I'm going to call person A the Hierophant. So the Hierophant person is the best, like just the best. I mean, not only is the Hierophant person someone who's just naturally generous and compassionate and caring, but also I think that they're a much needed source of kindness to the people in their lives, including person B, and in general. I wouldn't be shocked if the Hierophant person does something like teaching, or is at the very least looked up to and respected. Maybe a lot of people go to them for advice, or they just give really good advice. The Hierophant person is definitely more traditional, and I wouldn't be shocked if they have like very practical or very rigid, even rigid routines. But I also think that they are someone who would lend the shirt off their back to someone else. They are someone who, at the drop of a hat, is ready to help someone else, is ready to show, like, this is someone who shows up for people and is a listening ear. Just like the Hierophant person is just a wonderful, wonderful person to have in your life, because they keep things together, especially when the people around them are more chaotic. They're a very grounding presence. And I also just think that they are someone who gives generously and freely. And because of that, they show other people how powerful that is. And I think they inspire others to do the same. I certainly don't think the Hierophant person sees themselves as a servant in the sense of like in a like lowly sense, which I don't think being a servant is a lowly thing. Like, man, everybody's got to eat. We all have to do something. But I think that like the Hierophant person is passionate about service. The Hierophant person could also have a really strong tie to a religion, or be not just spiritual, but also religious. I definitely think that the Hierophant person is way more influenced by tradition and sees tradition as something that's very important. And maybe at times that kind of gets in the way. But I wouldn't be shocked too if the Hierophant person has children, or wants to have children someday, or something like that. Not all of them have to, but I do think that the Hierophant person is someone who genuinely enjoys caring for others and, you know, being there and being a support system. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if the Hierophant person is a life path too. You can look that up, but also we have 5 here with the Hierophant, so they could be a life path 5. But they have such a big heart. And there really honestly is not a mean bone in their body. Like, I could see where the Hierophant person might get frustrated and might, you know, speak their truth. But I think if anything, the Hierophant person has a hard time talking about when someone hurts them or someone disappoints them. I feel like they're someone who is more comfortable with keeping the peace. If they had a vibe, it would be keep calm and carry on. So maybe for some, the Hierophant person is British. But what else? The Hierophant person is also someone who just keeps things together, not just for themselves, but for others as well. Like, for example, if you're the Hierophant person, you may be seen as like the glue that keeps your family together, like oldest sister energy, for example, or mother energy. But the Hierophant person doesn't have to be a woman. There is feminine energy here on both sides, and like I said, that doesn't mean you have to be a woman. These are energies, not sexes, and we all have feminine and masculine energy within us at different ratios. So I just think that the Hierophant person is someone who has a lot of practical wisdom, is very grounded. I wouldn't be shocked if they're a very good cook, or they have specific dishes that people love. And what's so funny is I'm getting this image from the SpongeBob episode where Squidward quits his job and then he starts like basically freeloading at SpongeBob's house, and I just see like there's like the scene that I'm being shown specifically is like when SpongeBob makes Squidward soup, and it's like alphabet soup and the letters spell get a job. Like, I feel like that is quintessential Hierophant energy. Like, they want to be so kind, and I feel like the Hierophant person can almost be aggressively kind sometimes. And when they do need to like deliver a harsh truth or something like that, I don't think they're telling a harsh truth in alphabet soup, but I feel like the Hierophant person maybe has a hard time with talking about more difficult emotions, or talking about when they're not cool with something, or confronting conflict. I feel like the Hierophant person is really just somebody who is humble and wise, someone who is grounded, maybe a little guarded, but also there's just a softness and a nurturing energy to them where you probably feel like if you are this person, or well, if this reading resonates, you should know who this person is. If you're not this person, you probably feel like you can tell them anything, and even if they don't understand it, they don't try to judge. But I can definitely see here that the Hierophant person is someone who also may be well respected within their community, and maybe a leader of some kind. And maybe they do something within like a church or synagogue or a mosque or any other place of worship. They may have some sort of role. Like, I'm thinking of Turning Red, that Pixar movie. I can't remember the main character's name, but her mother watches over their temple and like is in charge of taking care of their temple and stuff like that. So that's an example. So it could be possible that the Hierophant person, maybe they don't follow like an organized religion, or they don't follow a popular religion, but maybe there's like a culturally significant religion that they keep alive through themselves. The Hierophant person could also be like a counselor or a therapist or a teacher. Definitely someone who's really great at being a support system to others. They may struggle to be a support system for themselves sometimes. And I will say the Hierophant person likely gets stuck in ruts sometimes, because they kind of have this energy where they thrive on being on a routine, but they don't realize how doing the same routine over and over and over kind of wears on them eventually. I feel like person B has had a role in maybe showing them that, but I do think that like the Hierophant person would be the type of person to like, whenever they go somewhere, they order the same thing. For example, like if they go to a restaurant, they're likely ordering the same thing every time because they know they like that and they enjoy that. And maybe getting something new would be risky, because what if they don't like it and then they wasted that meal and then they didn't get the meal that like they know they would have liked. It's kind of like that energy. I also just think that the Hierophant person is very trustworthy. Like, this is someone who takes your secrets to the grave. This is someone who you can really count on and rely on. Like, I feel like they're great for guidance, they're great for practical support, they're great for tips on like organization. I wouldn't be shocked if the Hierophant person is very organized and maybe even enjoys organization. They might give Marie Kondo a run for her money. And I think also the Hierophant person is beloved, not just by the other person in this connection, person B, but by everyone that knows them. They have a very good reputation, and I'd say if there's one thing that the Hierophant maybe is learning to work on is not allowing disrespect to occur. I feel like the Hierophant could allow people to be unkind or rude to them because they either like don't want to make a fuss about it, or they don't want to show that they're bothered, or they just don't want to cause an issue. The Hierophant person is someone who kills them with kindness, and someone who honestly is just very rooted in their morals and their integrity and in their values. And I think that it's not normal for the Hierophant person to do anything that strays against their values. And I think that would actually be almost like traumatizing for them to do something that didn't align with their values or their morals. They have a strong sense of what's right and wrong for them, and they have a strong sense of who they are and a strong sense of what makes them feel good in the world. And like I said, there's definitely a special connection to food, whether it's food that they make, or maybe they're just a foodie in general, or like a wine connoisseur or something like that. Like, I definitely think that they have a very sophisticated palate, and I just think that they're someone who's very mature. And if anything, I think, like I said, they can get stuck in ruts, and they can maybe hold themselves back because they are comfortable in their routines, or they're comfortable with where they're at. But I think that this Hierophant person is totally okay with that, because ultimately they're satisfied and they're content with their life. I think that the Hierophant person is someone who, they get a lot of pleasure out of the simple things, like a nice cup of coffee, or watching a sunset, or having a conversation with someone that they love. So speaking of having conversations with someone that they love, person B. Now, because we have judgment here, I think I'm going to call person B the pioneer. I would say that person B is very, very, very different from person A, the Hierophant person. But I definitely think that the pioneer person sees the Hierophant as just the best. I wouldn't, honestly, for some of you, this connection might be like a parent-child connection, whether you're the parent and the pioneer is the child, or you're the pioneer and Hierophant is a parent. It doesn't have to be a parent, it could be a parental-like figure, but I get the vibe that the Hierophant person is older than the pioneer person. But if that's not the case, then I would just say that the Hierophant person is more mature than the pioneer person, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because the pioneer person is someone who is different. They shake it up. And they are someone also who likes being different, likes doing things differently. They are kind of the exact opposite of tradition. They are eccentricity incarnate, and they're really brilliant. I think actually the Hierophant person, I wouldn't be shocked if the Hierophant person talks all the time to the pioneer person about how they're inspired by the pioneer person's viewpoints and their perspectives, because it's just so different. But the pioneer person definitely has their struggles. I think that the pioneer person, no matter how long they've been alive, they've gone through a lot of transformations and a lot of rebirth. I feel like there's someone who goes through a lot of like stages of transformation. Like, I'm thinking of Taylor Swift in terms of like all of her different eras. Like, this pioneer person would kind of be the same. Not in the sense that they're like Taylor Swift, maybe they do like Taylor Swift. Well, I know Taylor Swift is definitely subscribed, which, thanks, bestie. Love that you have good taste. So, I mean, maybe it is just her, but what I really mean is like the pioneer person, like they could go through phases where they're like really interested in like a certain aesthetic or a type of music, and like they're very intensely passionate about it. I just heard like the pioneer person could also be neurodivergent in some way. but they are just someone who acts on impulse, whereas the Hierophant person acts on routine, acts on practicality. The Pioneer person acts on passion. They act on inspiration. They act on creativity and things of that nature. With the Turtle being here, I definitely think that the Pioneer person is a very old soul, and I think that they have a lot of wisdom to share. I think that they are someone who loves to travel, and I wouldn't be shocked if they are someone who like needs to do that, or they are someone who even just like needs a change of scenery in terms of like for example, if they live in a city and they worked from home, I feel like they would have to go to like different coffee places, for example, or just get different environments. I think the Pioneer person kind of thrives off of different. Like they don't like to exist within the same energy or the same vibe for too long. I feel like they just like to switch things up. They get bored of whatever they're doing, or they get bored of whatever they have been experiencing, and it's like once they've explored and seen what they've needed to see, then it's like on to the next new exciting thing. But that doesn't mean that the Pioneer person isn't like responsible or isn't committed or grounded or anything like that. I think it's just that the Pioneer really enjoys new experiences, and I also think that they just enjoy experiences where they can look at the world a different way. They like to explore. And I also think that the Pioneer person is someone who likely has had a lot of lives where they have made like pilgrimages or have immigrated, or maybe the Pioneer is like an immigrant, and maybe that's something that the Hierophant and the Pioneer both have in common. But I also think the Pioneer person is just really proud of the fact that they're different. But the ironic thing is that despite how cool their unique qualities make them, they still feel very insecure about them. And I would say that's likely because the Pioneer person has had a lot of experiences of rejection and shame directed towards them because they were different. I also think that the Pioneer person is very concerned with how they appear. The Judgment card being here shows me that the Pioneer person could actually be in the public eye in some way, because another word actually for the Judgment card is fame. So the Pioneer person could be well known or have an audience of some kind. They could be like a musician or play music, or they could do something with their voice or sound in general. I do think that they attract a lot of attention, even if they're not like traditionally famous. Like maybe they're just someone who has that type of energy where people just notice them. You know, there's a lot of power. Pluto is a very powerful planet, and people react to power in different ways. So I feel like this Pioneer person could actually trigger certain people because they are so different, and other people may not know how to react to them. And that's not the Pioneer person's fault. It's actually very awesome that they do that, because the people that get uncomfortable or triggered by the Pioneer's presence need to be, because the Pioneer person is essentially teaching those people, whether they realize it or not, that they need to learn how to be more open-minded and accepting of people that are different from them. And they need to recognize how the Pioneer person doesn't need to change who they are because the people around them are uncomfortable. The people around them that are uncomfortable need to take a good hard look at themselves and ask them why they're so uncomfortable in the first place, and look at their shadows. But unfortunately, I think that the Pioneer person has had many experiences where they have learned that sometimes it's not safe to be yourself, or it's scary to be yourself because people can be mean, or, you know, they can feel torn down by what people have said to them. And I definitely think that elements of the Pioneer's childhood kind of haunt them. And I think it makes it hard for the Pioneer person to be comfortable expressing who they are in the world. Like the Pioneer person loves the fact that they're unique, loves the fact that they're eccentric, and loves the fact that they're different. And I think that they genuinely like love who they are. They wouldn't want to be anyone else, but that doesn't get rid of the fear of expressing who that is to the outside world because of the types of reactions they might get or the ways in which they might be treated. You know, literally the Judgment card, they may just quite literally be afraid of judgment. And maybe one thing that they're learning right now is that, you know, judgments are not about them, but the person who is judging. And I would say if you are the pioneer person, that, you know, judgments mean nothing unless you agree with them. And that doesn't mean they can't still hurt. Like, you know, when someone judges you or says something that is not even true about you or makes an assumption about you, it can be very painful. But I do think that the pioneer person is learning how to be okay with that. And I definitely think that the pioneer person struggles more with either mental health issues or struggles with like just darkness, in the sense that like they may have periods where they're quite apathetic or they just feel down and they, you know, just feel kind of stuck in the dark, which is interesting because the pioneer shows a light bulb. And I think that love is kind of what gets them through things. And I don't mean like just romantic love. It could be romantic love, but that's not the only thing. I think love for however they're creative or what they do, love for themselves, love for the things that they're interested in. And those things are kind of what get them through. But I think that like a big difference, for example, between the Hierophant and the Pioneer is that the Hierophant person, I think, is very, very good at dealing with, they have coping strategies for when they're not doing very well. And they kind of know how to, they just have a better idea of how to meet their needs and how to support themselves when they're going through a difficult time. I think because they have such a strong routine, it's probably harder for the Hierophant person to get into periods of darkness, just because they really thrive on the routines that they're given. And even if they're not thriving from the routines that they create anymore, they may not even realize it because they're just comfort and familiarity. It's kind of ironic. The Hierophant person craves familiarity and things that are similar, or things that they just, things that are consistent. Like, I think that the Hierophant person likes, like, the Hierophant person is more type A, that's so perfect. Person A is pretty type A, person B is pretty type B. And I think that the Pioneer person definitely benefits from the Hierophant person's organization and just, you know, their material skills. Like, the Hierophant person is skilled at operating in the material realm. They're very good at, you know, getting things done, having routines, being organized, whereas I feel like the Pioneer person has a really strong connection to their spirituality or their spiritual side, and to just like the more etheric elements of the universe, the elements that are not physically seen but felt or heard or envisioned. I wouldn't be shocked if the Pioneer person has clairvoyance or like just a really strong third eye. And I definitely think the Pioneer person is someone who probably doesn't really like routines. I think that they are someone who likes to go off of how they're feeling or how they're doing. And I also think that the Pioneer person is someone who I don't know why I'm pausing, but I know that I'm getting so much information and some of it's kind of running away before I can verbalize it. I definitely think the Pioneer has a lot of like amazing ideas, but they don't always ground them. They don't always turn them into to a reality. But I also think that the Pioneer person just has this beautiful heart. And I think that ultimately the Pioneer person is just trying to be themselves in a world that is constantly trying to get them to conform. And it takes a lot of energy for them, one, to deal with the guilt and shame that can come along with being different or being neurodivergent, or just growing up being shamed or bullied for who you are. I feel like the Pioneer person carries a lot of that, and that takes a lot of energy. I think that they're constantly fighting themselves because they feel their truth, like I said, but they still are very afraid of the outside world and how the outside world is going to react to them, which is kind of ironic because they love adventures and they love traveling, but I think that they get very afraid to be real about who they are. It kind of like depends. I feel like they they feel comfortable with people that are more like emotional or more nurturing or kind. And I think that's probably one reason why these two really get along. But I also think that the pioneer person really struggles to let go of their fears, let go of their insecurities, and let go of their need to censor who they are to the outside world. But I definitely think that the Hierophant person knows how the pioneer, like knows who the pioneer person actually is, and they love who that person is. So let's see why whoever you are, so those are the two piles or two people in this reading. So if you resonate with either of them, then you found the right reading. But let's go ahead and see why the universe brought you two together. So we have appreciating my soul progress creates confidence and excitement to embrace new challenges and expand my spiritual horizons. Oh, this is beautiful. And we have awareness with contemplation, non-action, and truth. So you both are definitely wonderful influences on one another. I think that the Hierophant person brings a practicality, stability, and support to the connection. And I think that the pioneer person brings chaos, new and exciting experiences, and creative momentum to this connection. I also think that the pioneer person lifts the Hierophant person's spirits in ways that not very many people can. Like, I think that the one thing that I will say about the pioneer person that I absolutely love is that I think the pioneer person is really good at communicating gratitude and communicating how much the people in their lives mean to them. Because being able to be their authentic selves around someone is not an experience they always get. And so when they do get that, they're very, very grateful. And I think that the pioneer person is just very grateful for to have the Hierophant person in their life. And I think that the pioneer person would do anything for the Hierophant person, and honestly, vice versa. The fact that we have this, it's a circle, Madison. It's a circle. Why did I forget the name of a circle? The fact that we have this card here that's about appreciating progress and creating confidence, I definitely think that you both give one another what you need. Like, the Hierophant person needs to be taken outside of their comfort zone. They need to see things in a different way other than what is comfortable for them. They need to see things from new perspectives because they may be missing out on ways to make their routines even better, or options that they never even thought of. Like, I definitely think that the Hierophant person has a more fixed mindset, whereas the pioneer is always going through these rebirths and these transformations. They're always getting new ideas. They're thinking outside of the box, and they're eccentric. And so they really expand the world of the Hierophant, whereas the Hierophant person helps the pioneer person kind of ground more of themselves into the 3D world, either by encouraging them to be themselves more, or kind of helping them stay on track, helping them be more organized, or just being a nurturing support system that the pioneer person can go to when, they just need someone that understands them, or they know that they need someone that they can trust. I think that you both shine a lot of light on one another, where you fill in for one another in your weak spots. It's like you are wonderful, wonderful complementary energies for each other. And so I wouldn't be shocked if you work together very well. There may be some there may be some tension sometimes because of how different you both operate, but ultimately I think there's a lot of respect for each other's differences, and I think that you both are able to kind of be a mirror for one another to see where you both can grow and improve, and see things that you probably didn't see about yourselves before. So the fact that we have this, all this green here, green is the color of the heart chakra, and we kind of have it everywhere. I mean, this is definitely a connection in terms of you both love each other. Whether that is platonic love, familial love, or romantic love depends on who is watching, but there is a lot of love here. And the fact that we have orange too, that makes me think of the sacral chakra. So I definitely think there's a creative element to your connection as well, whether you do creative things together or you just are able to indulge in your creativity together more. I definitely think that there is a beautiful emotional connection here where you both feel safe to share your emotions. I also think the pioneer person is someone who is not afraid. I'm getting a SpongeBob reference again, which is so funny because we're not even in the SpongeBob pile yet. But there's one episode where Plankton is teaching SpongeBob how to be more assertive, and someone steals SpongeBob's ice cream cone, and Plankton's like, what are you gonna do about that? That's not okay. Let him have it. And then SpongeBob like gives him the ice cream cone. It's like, here, you can have it. And he's like, no, that's not what I meant. But point being, I think that the pioneer person would be more like Plankton in this case, being the one to say, you know, not being afraid to speak their mind and speak up for themselves and defend themselves. And I think that the pioneer person is very defensive of the Hierophant person, where if they know that someone is taking advantage of the Hierophant person or doing them wrong in some way, I think the pioneer person will always bring that up to the Hierophant person and be like, listen, I don't think so-and-so is being fair to you. Or they might even directly confront so-and-so and be like, listen, so-and-so, I really don't like the way that you treat the Hierophant person, because I don't really think that you are appreciating all of the kind things they do for you or whatever. I definitely think the pioneer person is not afraid to stick up for others, but ironically, they struggle to stick up for themselves. And I think that there's just this harmonious energy here where you both help one another grow. You help one another see things differently and see things more clearly. I think that you both likely have very healing conversations, and I think these conversations, communication between the two of you is very important because of how different you are, especially when you first met one another. Unless this is like a parent-child thing, like, well, I guess obviously you're gonna have different perspectives of one another if it's a parent-child thing, because, you know, children see things differently, but I'm getting distracted. Anyway, I definitely think that this connection is easy in the sense that, I was talking about communication. You both may have, like, when you first met, maybe like assumed the other's intentions or assumed how the other behaved. And it's like the more you communicated, the more you realized how different you truly were. So there's definitely, like, I feel like you both have to take time and effort and energy to communicate and like set boundaries and be very clear with one another, because I wouldn't say there's zero intuitive. I wouldn't say there isn't an intuitive connection here, but I think at the very least, because you both are so different, you may assume that you're coming from different perspectives than you truly are. So yeah, communication is definitely important. And I also think you both just help one another when it comes to different challenges. Like, for example, you know, if the pioneer really needs to clean out their closet, you know, they will likely call a Hierophant person, or, you know, be like, hey, do you have any tips, or can you help me? Whereas the Hierophant person may be feeling really burnt out and drained, and they may be calling up the pioneer person to be like, listen, I need to do something fun. Like, what are you getting up to soon, or whatever that may be. But I also think that this is a connection where you both don't have to be in like constant contact with one another. I mean, obviously, like if you live with this person or you're dating this person, you probably do spend a lot of time with one another, but I feel like this is the type of connection where you can comfortably sit in silence with each other and just kind of be in that peace. Like, I feel like you both just feel good in, sorry, I'm burping, one another's presence, and you feel very comfortable, like the way I am to burp on camera. And there's just this harmonious energy here. I would not be shocked if this connection goes beyond this lifetime. I do feel like there's kind of some soul family energy here where no matter what, I think you both agreed in this lifetime to help one another, be a support system for one another and help one another. But I'm really interested that awareness comes in. Is awareness on this? Appreciating my soul progress creates confidence and excitement to embrace new challenges and expand my spiritual horizons. Okay, I guess I must have just been looking at appreciating and thinking it was awareness, but I definitely think that you help one another progress on your own individual journeys and are a much needed counterbalance to fill in where you both have weaknesses. And I think honestly, I would say the Hierophant person is probably a little bit more upbeat and more positive, whereas the pioneer person is maybe a bit more cynical, or just kind of gets stuck in, like, you know, just not fun energies to be in. Like, they just may get stuck in like funks or ruts that are more emotional in nature. And I think they're likely more present and aware with their emotions than the Hierophant person is. I think the Hierophant person can be like so grounded at times that, and so focused on whatever it is that they're doing, that they may not realize how they're feeling or what's going on underneath the surface. Not that they're not capable of doing that, just that they're usually just tuned in to their surroundings and what's going on with them. But I feel like the Pioneer person is really good at helping the Hierophant person pay attention to when maybe there's an emotion that they're suppressing or something that they're not acknowledging that they should be. So this is really beautiful. Let's go ahead and get into the tarot now. I will say, if you looked at the reading breakdown in the intro, I did have to change it a little bit because I filmed pile 1 and the very first question, like how you add to each other's lives, I got confused and probably confused everyone that watched that pile. So I switched it up just a little bit, but it's not too different. But we're gonna start by looking at how this connection enhances your lives. And I'm just gonna do that like as a mutual thing rather than both of you, because that's how I got myself confused. So trying to not replicate that. And because these cards are circles, I'm taking them all upright. So if they come out reversed, I'm just gonna flip it. So Spirit, how does this connection enhance both the Hierophant and the Pioneer's lives? What does this connection bring to their lives that they didn't have before? Okay, we have the 8 of Pentacles, resourcefulness and positive potential. So you both work really well together. You know, you actually could literally work together, or you could just make a really great team. I feel like, you know, even though the Pioneer person is more chaotic, doesn't mean they don't get shit done. Like, both of these people have the ability to get a lot done and achieve a lot. The main difference is that the Hierophant person is going to get something done in a more methodical way, where they plan it out and they, you know, do a little bit at a day, like do a little bit a day, do it in a way that is more calm and it's like little bursts. They do, I can't talk. They would get something done in a way where they do a little bit every day until the job is done. Whereas the Pioneer is like, Pioneer person is like quintessential. If they were in a college class, you know, the professor says, this is not an assignment that you can wait till the last night to do. And the Pioneer laughs and says, oh, I think that's a challenge. And they happily take on that challenge because they are going to procrastinate until the last minute. But once that last minute comes, a fire will be lit under them and they will get it done in record time. So it's like both of you can accomplish great things. You just do it very differently. And I think that is why this connection is so beneficial to both of you, because not only do you fill in, like I said earlier, where each other is weak, but you just are able to accomplish a lot together. There's like just whatever you and this person want to create together or achieve together, you can. And I think also, you know, this is a relationship that just works. And I think that both of you put in mutual effort and energy. It doesn't feel like this is very balanced. And I also think as well, you both could be very like financially supportive of one another, not in the sense of like you're paying for one another or anything, which you could be, but I think that you both give good guidance to each other when it comes to career things or when it comes to career moves that you should make. I wouldn't even be shocked, maybe you guys have like a side hustle that you do together or something like that, but ultimately I think that you both are wonderful resources for one another. You both are like, I was hearing like the calm of a storm, but I just feel like you both are a source of respite and safety and trust in a world that is chaotic, just constantly going and full of whack shit. It's like you both can bond over that whack shit. Oh my god, and before I forget, you guys chose the dinosaur pile, so I had to mention that if you have Apple TV, you need to watch Prehistoric Planet. If you don't have Apple TV, maybe thinking about getting it, because there's a lot of good stuff on Apple TV, but Prehistoric Planet, fire. Narrated by David Attenborough, is that his name? It's really good. It's really interesting. I think you will like it. I knew I was going to forget that. I'm glad I wrote it down. But anyway, now let's see. I want to see now something like unique about this connection for the both of you. Like what makes your connection stand out versus connections you have with different people in your life. So what is unique about this connection between the Hierophant and the Pioneer, specifically, Spirit? We have the Six, oh, this is beautiful. Six of Pentacles, generosity and assistance. Like this is, to me, is confirming that there is in fact equal give and take. Oh, I just got like Lord of the Rings in terms of like the hobbits, like Sam and Frodo and like stuff like that, like that love and that support. So beautiful. But also, so maybe Lord of the Rings is significant for some of you, but because we do have rings, I don't know. I didn't even see that. That's so funny. Ooh, also, I think you both bring one another a lot of clarity that you don't get with other people. I think you both give really good advice, and it's advice that's not tailored to you, but rather tailored to each other. So like, because you both know each other really well, you can give really good advice to one another because you're not coming from a place of your experience, you're coming from a place of understanding about who they are, and so you're considering them and their needs rather than just what worked for you and being like, well, I do this, I don't know why you can't do that, you should just do that. Like, there's no control element here where like neither of you feels like controlling of the dynamic or anything like that. You both are just, you give freely to one another, and you're also like not, like if this is a friendship, for example, you're not nickel and diming each other like when you go out to eat. Like it might be something where the Pioneer person pays some time and then the Hierophant person pays some time, or you split or whatever it may be. Like you both are just more than willing to give to one another, and in ways that like you just don't expect that in return, because you know that like it all evens out eventually. I also just think that you are just a wonderful help to each other, and you bring one another a lot of clarity in a way that other people don't. I think that because you both understand one another and then you have those unique perspectives on top of it, it's just like you are able to cover a lot of ground together and see a lot of things more holistically together because you have those differing perspectives and that understanding of one another. It's really cool. This is a really symbiotic connection, I would say, and mutually beneficial. And I also think as well, part of the reason why this connection is so unique is that I think that there's just this kind of peace around it. Like it's pretty low maintenance in the sense that you both match each other's energy quite often, and there's never like an expectation that you have to show up for one another in a certain way. I also feel like you feel safe to ask for one another for help, because it's not going to be a situation where you ask for help or someone offers help and then after you do that they like manipulate you with that and are like, I helped you with this, why won't you do this for me? Like there's no manipulation. Like this is just a very positive, beautiful connection, and I love to see it. Like no matter what type of connection it is, I would love to hear for you what it is, because for a lot of you, I would not be shocked if this is like platonic or familial, but it could certainly also be romantic. I would just love to hear if that's the case for you. But yeah, I also think with the Six of Pentacles as well, you feel safe to ask for help. Whereas maybe in the past, like if you try to ask for someone's help, they either wouldn't show up or they wouldn't be there. Maybe you both are used to having really unreliable and inconsistent connections or people in your life. But you show up for one another. You're there for one another. And I feel like you would do anything for one another to help each other and just be that support system. So beautiful. I'm so happy that you have this connection in your life. So now I want to see something that Spirit wants you both to do together. So Spirit, what's something you want these two to do together? We have the Five of Pentacles with insecurity and recovery. Maybe you both haven't seen one another in a while, or maybe you both have, maybe Spirit just wants you both to hang out or see each other. If you haven't seen them in quite a while, I think that could be encouragement to reach out or encouragement to maybe make plans. But also, if you do spend a lot of time with them, maybe Spirit wants you both to do something where you kind of shut out the world and take time to like rest and relax. With the recovery card being here, maybe you both have been going through a lot, and maybe that's part of the reason why you haven't been talking very much, or part of the reason why you haven't been able to spend as much time together. And if, for example, like if you're with this person or you live with this person, maybe Spirit wants you to talk about like just kind of what's been going on with you and kind of the struggles you've been going through, because maybe they're similar, or maybe you both could just really help one another, be a listening ear, or just help one another in terms of like getting things out of your system that have been kind of pent up in there. But more than anything, I think Spirit wants you both to take some time to care for yourselves and spend some time together in a way that is mutually nurturing and relaxing and calming, especially if you both have been working really hard. But I also think that if you have been dealing with certain insecurities or certain fears that you haven't been talking about, maybe because you're ashamed of them, or because you are afraid of expressing them, or you just don't want to bother the other person with like what's going on with you, I think Spirit's really encouraging you to do that, because first of all, maybe they're going through the same things and you don't even realize it, or maybe they're really worried about you because they know that there's something off but you're not communicating it, or maybe that's vice versa. Maybe you know there's something off with your person but they're not communicating it, so Spirit may want you to, like, you know, at the very least ask them. But if you've been spending a lot of time with one another and there's been a little bit of tension, Spirit might be encouraging you to be okay with like saying, hey, I need a little bit of space. It's nothing to do with you. I just need some time alone, or something like that. I don't think that's going to resonate for all of you, but I do think that there is an element. Often when I see the Five of Pentacles, I think about just like missing someone. And I do think that Spirit wants you to spend more time together, or spend some time just talking about the real stuff, not just the, oh, how are you? How's your neighbor Brenda? Like, but rather instead just like, you know what is frustrating, or you know what bullshit I've been dealing with, or like, I feel like a cathartic talk is in order in some way, and that Spirit wants you to do that together. The only way Spirit doesn't want you to come together in any way is if you've been spending so much time with one another that there's like some underlying tension that needs to be addressed. And in that case, I think it will just bring you closer in the sense that you won't be afraid to talk about it, and it will kind of like relieve some sort of tension. But with that being said, I just want to see if there's any other whys in terms of you being in each other's lives that I haven't already covered. So Spirit, are there any other reasons why the Hierophant and the Pioneer were meant to be brought together? Okay, wow, we have 3. So we have the Hermit, contemplation, soul searching. We have the Queen of Pentacles, practicality and generosity. And we have the Page of Wands, reflection and diligence. So I definitely think in terms of the Hermit, I think that we even have this lotus flower here. So I definitely think you were brought together to help awaken one another in certain ways. I also think that you were brought together to, like I said, help one another have more awareness, help one another awaken in different ways, help one another understand yourselves and people like each other better. I also think that this connection is one where maybe if you felt isolated and alone in the past, this is the type of connection that has taught you and taught them that you don't have to always be alone, and that, you know, you don't have to do life alone. Like, I feel like both of you are very independent people, and I think maybe both of you are more comfortable relying on yourselves, and I think this connection is really special because it gives you both the opportunity to share your inner worlds with someone else, and in a space that's not judgmental, and a space that's not unkind or mean, in a way where you just make room for one another. You also gain wisdom from one another, and you're just helping each other ascend and grow. The fact that we have the, oh wait, this is the Page of Pentacles. Wow, there's so much earth energy here. Literally all of these are earth. So I also think as well you are brought together because, well, for example, you may have been brought together because if this is a parent-child thing, I definitely think the Pioneer chose the Hierophant as their parent. Like, you know, the Queen of Pentacles can represent a parent and the Page can represent a child. So there could be like a mentor-mentee connection, or, you know, part of the reason you're brought together is because you're meant to be family in this lifetime, or meant to be brought together this lifetime. But I also think that you both just have mutually aligned goals. I think that you both have an ability to make life more fun, an ability to make life easier, to make life richer, and to make life something that you both feel good embracing. Like, if both of you get frustrated with life sometimes, it's like having this connection together reminds you both like why the frustrating stuff of living is worth it and why the hardships are worth it, because you can have these beautiful connections and you can grow and evolve together and learn so much. And I just think that this is a really solid connection where you can count on one another and you can count on you having each other's backs. Like, this is just so loyal. And I think as well there is a little bit of like the fact that we have the Page of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. I think that there is just this element here where the Queen of Pentacles person likely helps the Page of Pentacles person, which I don't know, either of you could be both in different scenarios, but I do think that like you both bring a fresh set of eyes, a fresh perspective, and bring new solutions, opportunities, and ways of doing things that you wouldn't have thought of before. And I think that you just make a wonderful team and help one another grow and evolve, and it's very beautiful. I love that you have this connection, pile two. So we're gonna go ahead and finish this reading off with some guidance. So I'm gonna pull guidance for the Hierophant, for the Pioneer, and for the both of you together mutually. So, Spirit, what do you want the Hierophant person to know about themselves at this time? We have I am unbreakable, which I love. I definitely think that the Hierophant person needs that reminder sometimes that like they are so resilient and so powerful. And also, like, I think I forgot to mention earlier, but like with all the dinosaurs here, I just really feel like you and this person's soul go way, way, way back. I wouldn't be shocked if you often choose to incarnate physically together, or physically incarnate or plan to come together in whatever incarnation you're in because of all this like earth energy. I think that whether it's earth or a different dimension or a different planet, like you both always choose to come down together and support one another. The only other instance where I don't think this happens is I wouldn't be shocked if the Hierophant person chooses to incarnate more often, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Pioneer person, when they're not incarnated physically, they may guide the Hierophant person in some way. There's a lot of love here and just a lot of like beautiful respect. And yeah, love that for you, Hierophant person. You are unbreakable. Okay, what does the Pioneer person need to know about themselves? We have I am safe. Oh, yes, it's so important, especially with that mouse energy here. You know, you are safe to be here. You deserve to take up space. If you are the Pioneer person, you know, you deserve to know, not only do you deserve to feel safe, but you deserve to know that you are safe here. You deserve to, like, if you're the Pioneer person and you're uncomfortable with being on planet Earth, I feel like you're really being encouraged to look at how, or you're really being encouraged to recognize that you deserve to take up space here, and it wasn't, you being here is not a mistake if you are the Pioneer person. I feel like Spirit wants the Pioneer person to know that they're doing a great job, and that they don't need to be so afraid of sharing more of themselves, because I think what they will find is that they'll get a lot more positive responses than negative responses. And I think that they are a source of inspiration, not just for the Hierophant person, but for everyone I wouldn't say everyone, many people they come in contact with. I think there are some people they come in contact with that need to be triggered by them. And that's not the Pioneer person's problem. But what do both the Hierophant and the Pioneer need to know about each other? We have, I speak highly of myself. Yes. I think that's the thing about the both of you, is that you both are really hard on yourselves. And it's so easy for the both of you to be incredibly critical. And I think you teach one another to see how you are different, or to see the beautiful aspects in who you are. And I feel like you both call each other out when you speak negatively about yourselves, or if you like look at yourselves in a negative light. I feel like you both call that out and are like, actually no, I think this quality about you is wonderful, and I'm so glad that you do things this way, or I actually love that aspect about you, or something like that. You know what I mean? I think that you both are a wonderful source of like positivity in each other's lives, where you are great in terms of hyping one another up and just reminding one another how lovable and worthy and unique and beautiful and safe you are in each other's presence. So now I want to see, Spirit, what guidance do you have for the Hierophant person at this time? Haha, we do have awareness coming out again. Love that. Okay, so we have a Crown Chakra card. So I would not be shocked. I'm not shocked that this is coming out, because I definitely think that part of the Pioneer's influence on the Hierophant is to help them experience the spiritual realm in ways other than just through like physical rituals or through like something like church. I think the Pioneer person is showing the Hierophant person that they can have a connection to whatever they believe in so many more ways than one. And I do think that the Hierophant person's understanding of their spirituality and their understanding of their beliefs are expanding at this time. So I think that this is a great card. But the theme is awareness, and the trigger statement is, I never get what I want. And the true statement is, I am a powerful creator. Listen to your inner voice and release the ideas of the outcome you wish to see, and trust that you are aligned with the universe. So if you are the Hierophant person, one thing that I think that I would encourage you to work on is asking for what you want. If you are the Hierophant person, I wouldn't be shocked if you feel guilty asking for what you actually want, or feel like ashamed to okay, if you're the Hierophant person, you were definitely that kid growing up. Like if you needed a glass of water and you asked your friend like, hey, can I get a glass of water? And their friend goes, hey mom, the Hierophant wants a glass of water. You like die inside because you're like, no, I'm fine, I don't want them to know I have needs. And you get like embarrassed about it, even though there's like no reason to be embarrassed. Yeah, that's the Hierophant energy. But also I could totally see the Pioneer doing that as well. So I guess if the shoe fits. But yeah, you're really being encouraged to just recognize how your routines hold you back from being in your creative energy or being creative more. Like if you are always in the mindset of, no, I am not going to do art tonight because I still have to do the laundry and finish the dishes and mend some socks. I think Spirit's kind of saying, fuck the socks, do what you want to do. Do something that makes you excited. Like, I definitely think that the Hierophant person could deal with compassion fatigue, because they are so used to giving to others and forgetting to give to themselves. Or when they do feel good and when they do get that energy, they just immediately give it away, whether they realize it or not. But I definitely think that their inner voice has been calling to them, and their logical mind has been dismissing it because it doesn't fit in with their current routine, or they prioritize their practical goals and their practical responsibilities over creativity. And I'm not saying throw away your practicality and your responsibilities just to be creative and whatever. I just mean, don't prioritize the practicality and the responsibility so much to the point where the creative part of yourself doesn't get any attention, or I'm hearing the word juice, like that it's not getting fed the way it deserves to be. So Spirit, what guidance do you have for the Pioneer person? Ooh, we have two. So we have acceptance. The trigger statement is, I cannot trust anyone. And the true statement is, everyone deserves my love. I open my heart to heal and release. I open myself to the peace of divine love and grace. And this is so important, because I feel like and even in this picture, it's almost kind of like the woman here is covering her heart space and just like really just staying closed. And the thing is like, if you're the pioneer person, the pyrophant, the pirate fan, you're not wrong in feeling like you can't trust everyone, because not everyone is trustworthy. But first of all, Hierophant person is trustworthy, and you both definitely mutually benefit from each other's love. But I think one thing that you're afraid of is sharing yourself in environments that are unfamiliar, or environments where you could be subject to criticism or negativity. And I think what Spirit is saying here is that those are not the people that you are sharing yourself for. You're sharing yourself for the other pioneers that are just as trapped in themselves as you are, that are just as ashamed of themselves as you are, that are just as ashamed of who they are as you are. And I don't want to say that you're like super ashamed of who you are, but I still think that the element of shame that you are dealing with is, if you are the pioneer person, sharing yourself with the outside world and expressing yourself authentically. And I think other people, other pioneers who are also afraid, need to see someone standing in that beautiful authenticity and recognize that not only is it safe, but there are people like them out there in the world. And also, you know, not everybody is like, it doesn't matter. You could be the ripest peach in the world and somebody's still not going to like peaches. That's just how it is. And I think more than anything, what you need to know is that anyone who hurts or doesn't accept your love, know that they're just the ones missing out, and that has nothing to do with you. It's a reflection of them. And I feel like Spirit is just really encouraging you to be more open with your ideas, with who you are, and just in general, because you just may be missing out on wonderful experiences, or missing out on opportunities to connect with people more similar to you than you may realize, or inspire others to be more authentic as well. You know, we need people to embrace their authenticity, because I don't know about you, but I'm super tired of living in a world where society has this expectation that we must all conform and shit like that. I don't like that. You probably don't either. So cut that shit out and be yourself. And we also have balance. The trigger statement is, no one understands me. And the true statement is, I ask for what I need. From a place of love, you need to stand up and speak your truth. What you wish for is what the universe wishes for you. So I actually think that this one is meant to go in the middle, but I will still shuffle another card since it did come out for just the pioneer. But I do think that you are being encouraged to speak up for more and ask for more help, especially in situations outside of this connection. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if you do feel more comfortable asking for help in this connection, but I think that this connection should inspire the both of you to not be afraid to ask for what you need, not what you want, but what you need. Like another SpongeBob episode where SpongeBob and Patrick go to Sandy's house. You know, Sandy is a squirrel that lives underneath the sea, so she lives in this air dome, and they don't communicate to her the fact that they need water, and so they're like literally drying out in front of her eyes and like suffering for it when they just needed water that whole time. And once they say that, she's like, well, why didn't you say so? And like helps them. It's so funny. But I definitely think that Spirit is encouraging the both of you to be more confident in who you are, and to not just speak highly of yourselves, but think highly of yourselves, and think as highly of yourselves as you think of each other, and to recognize that first of all, it's unrealistic to expect people to just intuitively understand you. That needs to be communicated. And I also think that if you have shame around asking for what you need or asking for help, this is the perfect opportunity for you to realize that sometimes you have to face that discomfort in order to get what you want and make something happen. So finally, Spirit, what else does pile 2 and their person need to know? Okay, so we have belief, with the trigger statement of, it is too late, and the true statement is, I am free to believe. You are clearing away beliefs, energy, and memories that no longer serve you, so the necessary decisions will be made. This is beautiful. So I feel like what Spirit wants the both of you to know is that you are at this time shedding old beliefs and shedding things that no longer serve each of you. And also, you're just being encouraged to really hype one another up when it comes to the changes that you're making, and remind one another that you can let go of what doesn't serve. You can let go of the past and the past painful things that maybe you still hold over your head or mentally torture yourself with. I feel like also Spirit is saying, you know, it's never too late to believe in something different. It's never too late to try something new. It's never too late to start a business. It's never too late to speak your truth. It's never too late. And when you feel called to do something, do it. Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and finish this reading off with some surrender cards. So, Spirit, what does the Hierophant person need to surrender? Beautiful. Surrender to complete healing. Open to the fully loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. Pioneer, if you're the pioneer person, and you resonate with that, you can also take that message. And same for like any of these, if what I'm saying for the other person resonates with you, feel free to take it. Like, this isn't I'm not the tarot police. I'm not gonna be here and be like, no, you're person B, you can't resonate with person A. That's not right, it's wrong. No, none of that. No rules. The only thing that I genuinely care about is that you benefit from what I'm saying. You either gain clarity, gain awareness, or even just entertainment. As long as you get something. Like, I don't care if you don't even believe in this stuff. Like, that's fine. I don't care. As long as it helps you. That's what I care about. I care about you. And I care about your happiness. And I care about you recognizing how wonderful you truly are. Get over it. Anyway, let's see what the Pioneer needs to surrender. Surrender to non-action. Now is the time to be still and not act. Simply breathe and focus on your own power. Let others come to you. So if you're the pioneer person and you've been especially chaotic, or you've been in a state of go, you might be encouraged right now to take a step back and rest. But also, if you're contemplating something or you're uncertain of something, I think Spirit is encouraging you to sit and wait until it feels right. Like, I use this example a lot, but like a surfer, if you're a surfer waiting for a wave, you can either be like, I don't know when this wave will come. I need to get to shore and spend all this time and energy paddling to shore, when instead you could literally just sit and wait for a wave to carry you there. It's like, I feel like Spirit is asking you to wait for a wave, wait for that momentum and that feeling. You'll know when the time to act is right. But finally, Spirit, what do you want both the Hierophant and the Pioneer to surrender at this time? Surrender denial. Accept people and situations exactly as they are without denying the difficulties. Then you can see things clearly and make the best decisions. So yeah, especially if for example, you are working together in some way, or there's some like growing pains, or there's just some uncomfortable, difficult things you need to talk about with each other, you can be honest and still be kind. And I don't think either of you is going to be offended, because there's a lot of love here. And maybe it might hurt or it might trigger just to even be talking about these things or bring them up. But I feel like Spirit is saying, you know, being honest in a kind, compassionate way can do a lot. And I feel like as long as you both know you're coming from a place of care, it's really no big deal. But pile 2, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something else more interesting, because that is one of the simplest and easiest ways to not have to watch ads but still support me. But other ways to support me, if you appreciate my channel and what I do, you can like this video. That is incredibly helpful and also free. You can comment down below, let me know how it resonates, subscribe if you haven't already, and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. You can also check out our reading with an extended. That's very helpful. Or, well, if you get the extended, even just checking out the reading is helpful. So I take that back. Thank you for just being here and for watching. You can share this with the person it's about. Maybe they need to see some of this too. Or the other person that's in it. Obviously, it's about you too. You can check out my candles as well as all of the candles on Angelic Magic 888 site. Using code ASO10, you can get any candles for 10% off. You can also check out my social media, which I plugged in the intro. and I have merch. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for letting me read for you. I hope this resonated and I hope you enjoyed it. I love you guys so much. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 3. Welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the pink Opalite Patrick Star, excellent taste, I must say, and the third circle card, then this is going to be your reading on why you were always meant to meet this person. So this side is going to be person A. This side is going to be person B. If you are listening and not watching, the tan side is person A, and the white side with the little blue and purple is person B. And the center is going to represent the overarching reasons why you've been brought together. If you're confused by person A-B format, I have an explanation in the intro. Please feel free to go back and watch that, especially if you want a full breakdown of the reading, because that is there too. But we're gonna go ahead and start by looking at person A. So for person A, we have the World. We have Lover, great passion and devotion, unbridled appreciation of someone or something. And we have the Hyena. And then for person B, we have the Moon. We have Companion, loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. And we have the Snake. So, okay. Gotta clear my throat. I mentioned in the intro that these connections could be romantic, platonic, familial, but there's definitely a lot of love here. And I would say for the vast majority of you, this is a romantic connection, though it could be just a very loving platonic connection. If it's familial, roll tide, I guess. Not down with that. I don't want to know, but okay. Anyway, we're just gonna move on. Okay, so let's start with person A. I'm gonna call person A the World person. So starting with potential signs, they do not have to be these. These are more for confirmation. We have all the fixed energies, the fixed signs. So that would be Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius, and Taurus. And then we have fire energy here with the Hyena, and that is Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. So any of those signs could be significant. And for person B, I'm going to call them the Moon person. And signs that I see here, we have water and earth. So Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Big Pisces and Cancer energy with the Moon. In tarot, Pisces is ruled by the Moon card, but in astrology, Cancer is ruled by the Moon. So those two are big. And we also have earth energy here with the Snake. And the earth energies are Virgo, Capricorn, and Taurus. Maybe they're even like a Virgo moon, or, you know, an earth moon. They could have an earth moon or something like that. But anyway, I would definitely say that you were meant to be. One reason why you were brought together is because this is a very beautiful connection. Obviously, we haven't seen these cards, but I'm sure they will emulate that. I want to start with the World person. They are definitely the more extroverted of the two here. I would say the World person is doing really well in life. They could be reaching a point of completion soon, or if you're the World person when you're watching this, they could be from a different country than the Moon person, or they could be someone who has traveled a lot. Maybe they were like a military kid, for example, and traveled a lot growing up, or maybe they come from a blended family or a multicultural family. They could speak like more than one language, or they could just be someone who's really passionate about travel and can really get along with anyone. I feel like the World person is definitely someone who can kind of go along with, they can make friends with like pretty much anyone. They're someone who can like always find a friend, I guess is the best way to put it. And they're definitely someone with a wonderful sense of humor who really enjoys keeping things light, keeping things fun. And I also think that this person, the World person, has a lot of passion for the things and the people that they love. I think that they are very committed and dedicated to the things that they do dedicate they're committed and dedicated to the things they do dedicate their time and energy to. How's that word count? I also think that they are someone who they're not fickle in the sense of like, let's say there's some, like, you know how some people are known for being like serial monogamous? Like, if the world person is going to commit to someone, it's going to take a lot for them to leave. Like, and what I mean by that is just like, they're not someone who gets like tired or bored of people. They're someone who is very deep, but I don't think they really express that to very many people. I think that's why the moon person is such a special person in their life. I feel like the world person is someone who enjoys and appreciates the positive aspects of truly anyone they come into contact with. I do think they tend to see the glass half full. They are more of an optimist, and I think that they genuinely care. I wouldn't be shocked if they do have a career, or if they're studying or something like that. Whatever they're doing or studying or working in, it's a field that they're really passionate about, that they either love to do, or there's like a deeper reason. Like, they care about like for example, let's say the world person is a lawyer and they are really passionate about environmental conservation. They may not love all the elements of being a lawyer, but maybe they love the fact that they get to make an impact in a cause that they're really passionate about. Does that make sense? So it could be anything like that. Like, they may not love every element of their job, but they do it because they love the effect that they're able to have because of their job, or the difference that they do make. I think that this person has a lot of love and is just very loving in general, and has a lot of love for people even if they can't reciprocate it. Like, I think that the world person is someone who's genuinely kind and compassionate, and I think just like very easygoing. Like, it's very easy to get along with the world person. They're not someone who's very confrontational, and I don't really think I actually would say that they probably at times even avoid confrontation, especially with the hyena here, because this kind of talks about someone who can be like the life of the party, and if not the life of the party, just like someone who really likes being around others, or at the very least just really likes having a good time, being silly, having fun, joking. They're definitely very witty, very bright, and they're likely just very good at talking to all different types of people. But I do think that the world person has a hard time talking about challenging things. So for example, like if they were having difficulties with a friend, like maybe for example, they have a friend that hasn't been treating them very well. Like, they might have a hard time bringing that up, and they might just kind of like laugh it off or make jokes about it rather than like talk about it directly. They may also be the type to, rather than like address certain issues, kind of just laugh about them, or maybe like not totally acknowledge them in the sense. Like, I feel like they have a hard time being vulnerable with themselves when it comes to things that they would deem as weaknesses, whatever that would be. Like, character deficits is a word I just heard. And I feel like rather than accepting those parts of themselves, they might feel just shame for the fact that they're human and that they have flaws like every single other human. And they might kind of make fun of those parts of themselves, like the parts of themselves that they're not proud of, or they might use those parts of themselves as like self-deprecating jokes. But I also just think that the world person is someone who loves to laugh, loves to have a good time, loves to keep things light. I don't really think they like to be in very emotionally tense or negative situations, which, like, I was gonna say, like, don't most people not like to be in negative situations? And I was like, no, that's definitely not true, because you can go to any comment section on the internet and see that people love negativity. So yeah, They are someone who definitely prefers positivity, and I think they can get drained by negative people. I think that they are someone who just likes to be around other people who have a love for the world and a love for life. Like, I feel like the world person is definitely someone who doesn't need to like know someone personally to care for them. They're someone who's just very compassionate when it comes to the world at large, and I think they really care about everyone, not just themselves or their close family members. But I also think too, they have this wonderful quality of having those random like bits of information. Like I wouldn't be shocked if the world person is like good at trivia, or they have very like niche interests that they know a lot about. But I also think the world person may have a tendency at times to, I wouldn't say delusional, but like they could look at the world with rose-colored glasses sometimes, and those could get ripped off when they realize like when reality rips those glasses off and they realize that maybe they've been neglecting certain negative aspects. Like, for example, the world person could be the type, especially when they were younger, to hang around people that didn't have their best interests at heart, or hang around people that they didn't even realize had maybe more nefarious intentions hanging out with them, or had less than positive intentions towards them. And it may have been that like they experienced a lot of harsh truths, because when you're wearing rose-colored glasses, red flags just look like flags. So I do think that is a part of them where, as they've grown, they've learned how to still see life from a rosy perspective, but not allow that rosy perspective to put them in any danger or make them vulnerable to negative people. Like, I think that they are much better at setting boundaries and recognizing, they're better at discernment and recognizing like who's actually a good influence on them and who isn't. I definitely think that I think I already said this. Sorry, I'm half here, poor short-term memory, and yeah, like I said, half here. But I do think that the world person is much more extroverted than the moon person. I also think the world person has a more fixed and stable routine than the moon person does. But let's talk about the moon person for a second. The moon person, also one thing too, before I forget, the world person is kind of showing up with more masculine energy, and the moon person is showing up with more feminine energy. Now, the world person could be a woman and the moon person could be a man. It really, biology, gender doesn't really matter here. It's about energies. But I am getting a predominantly, like, in terms of ratios of energy, the world person is definitely has more like masculine energy dominant, and the moon person is feminine energy dominant. So talking about the moon person, they are just sweet, like so sweet. They are so kind and compassionate. They're very soft. They could be a little bit of a crybaby. And they're definitely someone who's highly empathic and likely very introverted. Doesn't mean that, and I do want to clarify that introversion doesn't mean that they're socially awkward. They could be, but I do think that the moon person is just someone who either likes being alone or just prefers the company of themselves and the people that they feel safe with and close to. The fact that we have companion here, I definitely think that the moon person is someone who is incredibly loyal and incredibly devoted to the people that they love and care about. And I also think that the moon person likes having a companion. Oh my god, I forgot to mention as well, if you're watching this and you're like, hey, so I don't have like a romantic interest and this doesn't sound like a friend that I have. If you didn't watch the intro, silly, I mentioned in there that if you don't recognize the other energy, it's probably because they are meant to come into your life and you need to hear about it. You wouldn't be drawn to this reading if there wasn't a message in it for you. So if it's not resonating at all and you can't find yourself in it, then it's not your reading, like I said in the intro. But If you're doubting this because you don't know who this person is yet, I said yet quite aggressively for a reason. That is because you haven't met them yet, or something like that. So if it's resonating but you don't know who this other person is, chill, with peace and love. The moon person also, though, has issues with fear. I wouldn't be shocked, like, if they really struggle with anxiety or struggle with mental health issues. I think where they're at with that is going to depend on each moon person I'm describing. But I definitely do think that the moon person is someone who can be incredibly critical and harsh towards themselves, but could never imagine doing that to someone else. They are the type of person to be so positive and kind to other people. And I think it's because they know what it's like to be treated poorly and to have negativity directed their way, or to be bullied, or just, they know what it's like to be treated poorly. The thought and how much that hurts, the thought of doing that to anyone else is like horrifying to them. They would never want to do that. But the drawback of that is sometimes they can be a little bit of a pushover, or they can have a hard time setting boundaries. I definitely think that the moon person can be a bit wishy-washy when it comes to their intentions, or their but I don't think that the moon person ever genuinely has negative intentions. I think that they just have fears around being honest, which is interesting because I think both people in this reading have issues with being honest when it comes to talking about maybe more uncomfortable things, which I will say, it can be hard to talk about those things, but that is how you grow and that is how you get closer. And also that is how you stop living a lie, or stop allowing a lie to continue, or allow something to fester underneath the surface. I feel like the moon person is so deep and incredibly intuitive. I wouldn't be shocked if they are at the very least in tune with their psychic abilities, or are just naturally like pretty intuitive. I wouldn't be shocked too if they're like a night owl, or they just really like nighttime. They have this beautiful creative mind, but they definitely don't utilize it enough, because the fact that we have the snake here, this talks about creative potential and unawakened potential. And I definitely think the moon person lets their own illusions around themselves and their own fears around sharing more of themselves get in the way of their ability to share more of themselves, be more creative, and ground their creations into reality. I think the moon person has a hard time seeing themselves clearly, and I definitely think that it can be very easy for them to get lost at times. Like, they might be spacey, or they might jump from idea to idea, or they might just struggle with being grounded in general. But ultimately, the moon person never wants to hurt anyone, and that's why they may have a hard time talking about difficult things, because it's not that they don't want to tell the truth to someone, it's that they are afraid of hurting their feelings. So if they do have to talk about something difficult, they might either avoid it entirely, or really like prepare what they're going to say so they know it's not out of line or anything like that. But I do think the moon person is also just someone who just is more fearful in general. Like, maybe they don't feel very safe in the outside world, or maybe they just don't trust themselves to be able to navigate the world safely. I feel like the moon person has a lot of irrational fears and a lot of rational fears, and they kind of mix together to the point where the line between rational and irrational is really blurred, and it all just becomes real and valid fear. And I definitely think that really holds them back in a lot of ways, because I think that they have a hard time sharing and expressing themselves as authentically as they'd like to. They have a hard time sharing the things that they do create, or promoting the things that they do create because they feel like they may be afraid of the attention, or they may be afraid of being criticized, or just afraid of what the response might be. But when it comes to this connection, the moon person has so much love for the world person, and they're incredibly loyal to the world person, or they will be if this is a future connection. But I do think that one of the biggest challenges between these two is maybe talking about certain vulnerabilities or certain insecurities the other has. But I feel like this is a mutually supportive connection. And I also think this is a connection where there's a lot of just beautiful, loving energy and a lot of peace. I think that the world person comes through with a more grounded energy that really helps the moon person. And I think the moon person provides the world person an outlet to channel like their depth with, especially if the world person has like water, especially like Scorpio energy or Sagittarius energy, which, to be clear, anyone with any sign, you have tons of signs, tons of placements in different signs, but anyone can be deep with any sign, but like Scorpio is kind of known for that. Sagittarius is very like philosophical. So those two I think would be ones that I think would make sense for the world person. But the world person really loves that they can be deep with the moon person, and they love how the moon person looks at the world. One thing these two have in common is that they, at their core, have a lot of love for the world, and they want to feel that love, spread that love, serve causes they love, serve each other because they love each other. This is just like really beautiful. I can't stress that enough. I also think with the moon person, they get into these like, I feel like there are times where the moon person can be incredibly clear and confident, and then maybe they don't, maybe their routine changes, or they just lose a routine altogether, or they kind of fall off the wagon for a week or whatever, and then they may fall back into old fearful patterns and habits, or may just even like forget what they're capable of, or forget how strong and powerful they are. It's like the moon person doesn't see their power, and it's so sad because they have so much of it, and that power they can use for such good things. And it's very similar to the power that the world person has. I think the biggest difference between the world person and the moon person is that the world person is showing up in the world, actually doing that, standing in their power. They are, I would say, they're definitely much more confident in themselves than the moon person is. It would make sense for the world person to be older than the moon person. There could be like an age difference of possibly like 3 years, because the world is 21 and the moon is 18. I'm bad at math. 19, 20. Okay, yeah, that's 3. I told you we don't do regular math on this channel. Regular math is banned. I will turn myself in to the authorities later for just doing regular math, I promise. But you have no room to be judging if you're part of the Roll Tide crowd. So anyway, oh my God, I hope it's not a crowd. I hope it's like one person. All right, no more incest jokes. I'm sorry, Alabama. Anyway, let's talk about why you guys are meant to meet. Okay, so to start, we have, I feel my heart's sacred wisdom supporting my soul unconditionally and restoring my being with deep and true love. Oh, that's so cute. And we have horizon, intention, potential, and foresight. And the number here is 42, which in numerology, not regular math, fuck regular math, 42 reduces to 6, numerology. So, and 6 is a number of like love, abundance, beauty, all that good stuff. So I definitely think that the reason why you're meant to meet each other is because this is a true love connection, whether it is platonic or romantic. If it is platonic or romantic. Like I said, I was done with the strokes. And I think also you both are capable of expressing, reciprocating, and feeling deep, true love. And that love that you have for one another fuels you both to share that love with the rest of the world in whatever ways you do that. I think for the moon person, this is like a much needed connection. And maybe for the moon person, this is like a long time coming for them, or the connection is a long time coming for them, where they've always wanted something like that. But the moon person is just as guilty of having rose-colored glasses. So let's be clear. They have also done the exact same thing as the world person, where they have gotten themselves in situations with people that they saw the best in. And once they got the worst of that person, they realized, I was not seeing them as clearly as I thought. But you're brought together not only because like this is a deep and true mutual love, but also there's a bright future for the both of you together, no matter how long you have been together. And if you haven't met them yet, I would say that that's just on the horizon. There's a lot of potential for what you both could do and create and build together. And I also love the fact that the ocean is here and the water is calm and still. So I would definitely say that the vibe between the two of you is primarily just very calm and nurturing and comforting. Like you are a source of comfort, a source of strength, a source of respite for one another. And also the fact that the woman on this is Nikki, which I do not want to, whatever. If I get demonetized, I get demonetized. What's wrong with a butt, YouTube? It's just a butt. Get over it, prudes. Anyway. I'm just really just going off right now. I'm sorry. Pile 3. Actually, no, I'm not. You get what you get. There's a lot of vulnerability between the two of you. That's what I was meant to talk about. Like the fact that this woman isn't clothed, I think goes to show that you both are incredibly vulnerable with one another and feel safe too. I also think that you both are a wonderful counterpart for each other, because I think that you're able to support and encourage each other, but also I think that your goals for the future are mutually aligned and you have similar visions for what you want your future to be. And there is potential to create whatever it is you both want to. I also think that you have really kind, loving intentions towards one another. And obviously, every single person deserves a love like this. And unfortunately, not every person gets a love like that. And whatever the reasons, different for everyone. But what I do know is that if you don't know who this person is yet, I promise you it's out there, and I promise you're deserving of it. And if you're doubting that, I need you to stop. How did I get 2 rings on the same finger? Oh well. To stop doing that and recognize how much you deserve that and affirm that for yourself. Stop deluding yourself that everybody else deserves love except you. It's just not freaking true, man. But ultimately, like, this is just so beautiful. And it's really interesting because there are so many. You want to see how many archetype cards are in this deck? Like, a ton. More than most Oracle decks. Like, I can barely get my hands around it. And minus 6 other cards in the other decks. And there are not many cards like this. And y'all both got a lover and companion. Like, that's pretty powerful. And I really do think, like, part of the reason why you were always meant to come into one another's lives is because... Sorry, I'm burping. Well, 1, you're meant to release negativity, which is why I burp during these readings. I'm not dying, chill. But also, not only can you both actually vibrate and sustain the energy of true love, but, like, you both deserve that. And also, you work well together, you have aligned futures. I mean, like, what's not to like about this? Like, what's not awesome about this? And actually, one thing I just noticed too is the moon person might be shorter than the world person, because I just noticed the companion card matches like the yellow vase, and the lover card matches the red vase. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into things, but this is a tarot reading, so don't give me crap for that. But I also think too that there's just a really good balance here. Like, you both balance one another out really well. You both can also kind of be in one another's worlds comfortably. Like, even though the moon person is more introverted, I feel like when they have the world person by their side, like, that makes them feel more confident and feel safer, and also like feel comfortable enough to be in foreign environments where they may be more uncomfortable, or be around, you know, people they haven't met, because also they recognize, well, if the world person likes them, then there must be something good to them. But also, I think that the world person is really good for the moon person, because I think the moon person can kind of have a tendency to isolate and have a tendency to get kind of stuck in their own BS or their own like fears and illusions, to the point where they may get a little ungrounded, and they may kind of like I said, they can fall off the wagon for a week or two or something like that, and it takes them a little bit to get back. I feel like the world person gives the moon person more structure, and the moon person gives the world person more opportunities to explore their depths, because the world person is a deep person. They just don't always have the opportunity to explore that. Partially because who knows how much time and energy they spend on their own. I mean, the fact that we have the world card here, it's quite possible that they could be around people a lot, and if they are more extroverted and they, you know, get energy from being around other people, then yeah, they're going to spend less time on their own. And it may just be that the world person has more casual connections, or at the very least, like, they may have like a lot of friends, but only few that they know really deeply. Whereas like, I feel like the moon person is like, they have the people that they know deeply, and then there's just other people. Like, the moon person is definitely not someone who has like a bunch of like casual friends. They are someone who loves with their whole heart, and I feel like they need someone who can match their depth and make them feel safe, or at the very least be able to see them closely as the moon person can see other people. Because the moon person has so much depth to them that life could be very isolating for them, where they just feel like nobody really sees the world the way they do. They may feel really misunderstood, and they may just feel kind of like, not to make a Pisces joke, but like a fish out of water. And they may just feel like they may have learned that they have to be careful with who they share their love with, because, you know, not everyone will use that for positive purposes. Not everyone deserves their love, and not everyone will treat them the way they deserve. And I think the moon person is already really hard on themselves, and is already really they don't need any extra crap from people that can't see how wonderful they are. And I think that the moon person just, there is a loneliness to them, where I feel like because they are so deep, there's not very many people that they can truly express all of that depth to. And so the fact that they can with the world person, it's really special for them. And if this is a romantic connection, it's quite possible that the moon person has struggled to find a partner that can like match their depth. And so I definitely think that, well, I mean, unless you're not personal, they have a hard time finding, you know, a romantic interest that can match their depth. And so I just think that this is a very beautiful connection that I love. Like, I love sitting in this energy. I love feeling this energy. If this is already in your life, I'm so happy for you. You deserve this. And I hope you cherish it and embrace every moment you have with one another. And if you haven't met this person yet, just know they're out there. They're on the horizon. And you know what? If you already know who this person is, if you're already with this person, feel free to comment and let the people that haven't met this person yet know, like, trust me, it's worth the wait. Don't settle for something less because you're afraid something better isn't out there. Because I promise you, there is. Anyway, I think I'm about to get into the tarot, but I'm just trying to make sure that I covered all of my bases. So if that part resonated, then hello, welcome to your reading. So I had to switch up the questions that I mentioned in the intro because I did them in pile 1 and I got myself so confused. I think I confused all of pile 1 as well. I like lost track of what I was talking about. So I switched it up just a little bit, but it's still kind of the same. So I'm gonna start by asking how this connection like adds to your lives. And that was the question originally, but I was pulling one card for each of you, and that's what got me messed up. So it has to be something that you mutually bring to one another. That's a stipulation. So how do the world and the moon person add to each other's lives, Spirit? Besides all of the wonderful things we've already talked about. Okay, we have the 5 of Wands, frustration and opposition, and we have the moon again, intuition and illusion. So love this. Definitely there's Pisces and Cancer energy. So first of all, you both are definitely protective over one another, protective of this connection. But I also think you both are a wonderful support system for the frustrations of the outside world and the frustrations of life in general. I feel like there's just enough opposing energy between the two of you where you can fill in for one another. Like you have different strengths and weaknesses, so you balance one another out really well. But also I think that you both are a source of strength to lean on one another and to be able to face, you know, the scary elements of the outside world and have this person to go to or come home to. Because I feel like no matter what, like you both feel like home to each other. And I think that you bring this ability to make life sweeter, even when it's frustrating, even when you want to rip your hair out. But also the fact that we have the moon again, it really makes me wonder, like, if there's something significant about the moon person, like in terms of being in the world person's life. Like I think the moon person underestimates the impact that they have on people, and I think that the world person is one of the first people, if not the only person, one of the only people to ever truly see the moon person and make the moon person feel safe enough to be their true authentic self, like down to the messy icky bits that they usually would hide. But I also think with the moon card here, you both are able to help clear up distortions and illusions you have about yourselves and the world. But also this connection is just very deep. Like you both can go very deep. There's an intuitive connection here, so like you can kind of like intuitively get one another. Like I wouldn't be shocked if you're say you're both at a party, you could be standing across the room talking to different people, but you could like give them a look and they'll know exactly what that look means. Or especially depending on how long you've known them, like the more these two get to know each other and the more these two know and understand each other, the more you'll know like exactly what one another is thinking. Like for example, like let's say you both are at dinner with like another couple or some other friends, and they say something that's like really rude or just really like weird. I feel like you both would know what the other is thinking, or like you just have these looks. Like I feel like there could be like an index of different looks that mean different things, and you both just intuitively understand what those are. But I also think as well, this connection is like a sweet release and like a light at the end of the tunnel in terms of both of these two, like you and this person, whichever side you are, have had to go through a lot of painful experiences where you went into them with the best intentions, you went into them with high hopes, or just went into it with like a purity about it, like just wanting the best to happen, you know, trying to be positive, wanting to have a positive outcome, and then things inevitably seem to either go to shit or never work out. And it might be like, and maybe you both experience just the insane frustration of feeling like your love is never reciprocated, or no one ever truly understands you, or I try so hard to be open and I try so hard to connect with others, but it's just not working, it's just not clicking. And it's like, maybe that was because you guys were meant to meet each other. I don't know. Maybe it's because you guys were meant to be together. I don't know. Or be besties or whatever it may be. But like I said, no Alabama business. I don't want to hear about that. Anyway, yeah, like this is really beautiful because you bring, not only can you both like validate how frustrating that experience is and how isolating that experience can be when you're trying so hard to just have something you truly desire, which in this case is a mutually loving and compassionate connection. And it seems like every single time you put yourself out there, or you think that something's finally gonna pay off, or like this is the right person, or this is the right like thing for me, and then there are inevitable setbacks or frustrations, or things just don't work out, even if both of you have good intentions and you tried your best. But also I think as well, you're able to bond over the fact that you've struggled between knowing what's intuition and what is an illusion, what is your desires and what is truth. And I just think that there's this beautiful understanding of one another where you've had these similar experiences, you have compassion for them, but also you have this like sweet reward of being able to share the love that you have for one another and appreciate all of the hard work it took to get there. Because the beautiful thing about both of you is that rather than like sulking and being like, I knew it, I'm never gonna get, like no one's ever gonna love me, like I'm just the worst and I suck and I'm disgusting, I'm like the worst person ever and like nobody's ever gonna love me, like instead of doing that, you just continue to grow through grace. And like there's a resiliency to the both of you that allowed you both to come together. Like if you hadn't been that resilient, if you hadn't been that open, if you gave up, like this couldn't have happened. But because you trusted in the idea of love, you trusted your own hearts, like that is a big reason why you're meant to meet. But also I think that you both would do anything for one another, especially with the Five of Wands here. Like you both would fight for one another, you both are willing to put in the effort for this connection. And I also think you both are just willing to help one another trust yourselves. Like you can think out loud to each other and kind of validate things, or be like, that sounds like maybe a bit of a distortion, or I don't know if I necessarily see things that way. I think you can both help one another see things more clearly. And yeah, I think that summarizes that. But also I want to see something unique about your connection that is unique to any other type of connection that you've had with anyone. So what is one of the most unique elements of this connection, Spirit? Ah, oh, beautiful. We have the Three of Cups. Compassion and happiness. Like, this is so beautiful. What, but also kind of sad. In the sense that, like, it seems like a lot of you have dealt with connections and experiences where even if you wanted things to just be happy and light and uplifting, it just seemed like you were met with opposition, or you were met with like challenging external things that got in the way of your ability to connect, or whatever it may be. But what's unique about this connection is how happy it makes both of you and how much joy it brings. Like there's a mutual sense of compassion here, and I wouldn't be shocked if people are happy to third wheel with you. Like, for example, if you've ever been that friend that is hanging out with your friend and their partner, and you have to deal with that awkwardness of, like, let's say you're in the car, you're in the back, and they're both up there like arguing and like freaking out, and you're just sitting there silently, you know, that awkwardness. You don't get any of that. Like, it's mutually uplifting, mutually beneficial. I feel like you also celebrate one another's successes. Like, there's no insecurity around one another in terms of like your worth, or in terms of like what you bring to the table. You both are very evenly matched. For some of you, this is not going to be for everyone, but for some of you, if you're non-monogamous, or maybe just like to spice things up. Maybe you both are just more fluid or more open to letting other people join in the fun. But I also just think that wherever you both go together, you immediately make the vibe of the room higher. Like you make people happier just being around the both of you. And I think that other people can see how happy you make one another. And I think both people can see just like how much you deserve that. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people that are just very happy that you both are happy together. There could be some people that are jealous, but it really doesn't matter, because I think most people, even if they're like jealous, they know, they can even see it's like, oh, but like it's so good. Like, I feel like that jealousy just comes from a place of like, I want something like that. But yeah, this Three of Cups is just very joyous and uplifting. And the thing is too, is like, even if you are romantic partners, you're both friends. You're not just lovers, you're also friends. But if you are platonic friends, then this is like a very deep, loving platonic connection, which SpongeBob and Patrick, hello, that's them. And everybody deserves to have friendships like that. I have friendships like that, and I will say they make shitty friendships very clear, and they make you realize you never want to be involved with them. But I think that this connection also is just unique because you both are able to really celebrate together, and life is just sweeter and more fun, and your connection is joyful. It's very happy and it's compassionate, and you know, neither of you are like for example, neither of you are ever like in this energy of, I want to start a fight because I'm bored or something like that. Like, both of you, I think, really thrive in harmony and thrive in the positive energy that you've created together. And I think that if there are any disagreements or any like frustrations or challenges, you both try to work together and not take things personally, but rather just see how you both can grow together. And there's a lot of compassion when it comes to each other's shortcomings. Like, I feel like you both are very patient with one another, and I think ultimately you make the challenges turn into molehills and the successes and joyful experiences mountains, because you put a lot more energy into those, and you embrace those moments, and you likely prioritize those moments. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if you guys really prioritize date nights, or just making sure that you're spending time with one another, making sure you both are feeling heard. And I think that you make life worth being present for. You make life worth living for one another. And not that you both need one another in order to live, but it's just like, life is so much richer and sweeter with one another. So like, it's hard to miss life before then. Does that make sense? But we're also going to look at something the universe wants you both to do together. So what is something, Spirit, that you would like both the world and the moon to do together? We have the Tower, disruption and conflict. Okay, so maybe for some of you, it's time to have a difficult conversation. However, I don't know if that's the case for all of you. I think maybe let's get a clarifier. Spirit, can you clarify the Tower card, please? What's this about? What's this? Okay, what's this Tower card about? Two of Swords, indecision and avoidance. Okay, so I definitely think something Spirit wants you both to do together is definitely, if there's any difficult conversations you've been avoiding, I definitely think you're meant to see this reading, because I think whatever you are worried about, it is not going to go as poorly as you think. Or I feel like if some of you need like reassurance, especially if this is newer, it's important to know that like you can be honest and be kind. I think I've said that in every pile today, but also like if you're coming from a place of compassion, it's not going to like crumble and fall at your knees, but there could be some powerful change that you both are considering making. And I would see the Tower card as confirmation to make that change and stop overthinking it. You know, one big element of the Moon card is the fact that, why did I say the Moon? Oh, it's because I was looking at the Crescent Moon, because there's so many Crescent Moons. I don't know if the Crescent Moon specifically has significance, but I feel like if you both are wanting to make a big change, but you've kind of been avoiding it because you're uncertain, or you're like on the fence, I think Spirit is encouraging you to make the radical change, especially if it's one that makes you nervous but feels right. With the Tower card being here as well, though, I feel like Spirit is really encouraging you both to, if you've been in a relationship for a long time, I think that the universe is encouraging you both to switch it up. I also think that with the Tower is ruled by Mars, and Mars is ruled by Aries and Scorpio. So I wouldn't be shocked if the universe is encouraging you both to do something like more dynamic or more exciting, like change your routine up really differently, or do something very outside of your comfort zones, or make some big kind of change. It seems like there are crumbling foundations that were unsustainable in the first place, and I don't think that's necessarily with you both together, because that would not match with everything that we've been talking about. In fact, I think that the universe is encouraging you both to talk about the things that you've been avoiding in your personal lives, and maybe the fears you have and the insecurities you have around intimacy or your connection or connections with other people. Like maybe, for example, let's say one of you has some very, like, let's say, for example, the moon person. The moon person has a hard time keeping a routine and a schedule. And as a result, they can get lost in whatever they're doing, or they can get really sucked into something to the point where they're not grounded. And then, it ends up not being very beneficial for them, or it ends up just making their life harder because they're just less grounded and they're more unbalanced when it comes to where they dedicate their energy. So for example, the Tower card, it could be like the moon person knows they need to change their routine, but they've just been putting it off. And, rather than continuing to stay in that same chaotic loop of, I know I need to change, but I don't really wanna, or I don't know how, or it's too overwhelming, or, ooh, shiny thing, and just being completely distracted, I feel like the universe might be encouraging you both to talk to each other about the things that you want to change about yourselves, or the things that you've been trying to change. And anything that, and if you have been contemplating any big changes, I actually feel like some of these cards are powerful in the sense that there could be some powerful changes you want to make together. And I think Spirit is encouraging that. But with the Tower as well, I think that Spirit is encouraging you both to lean on one another when it comes to conflict and disruption in the world outside of you. So, if let's say the world person has to have a difficult conversation with someone who works under them, maybe the moon person has the perfect way to word it for the difficult conversation, for example. But ultimately, I think Spirit wants the both of you to not be afraid to face the difficult conversations, because if you don't, then they will become much bigger. Like they will, if left ignored, small problems could grow into big issues. And I think Spirit is really encouraging you to not shy away from those hard conversations, because they're not going to divide you. It's not going to ruin everything. It's actually going to bring you closer together, and it's going to help you both develop that skill of having the difficult conversations, because both of you struggle with that, and both of you have pure, kind, loving intentions. It's you both against the problem. It's not you against each other. And, maybe if there has been, this is another one too. If there's been like a really big change in one of your lives that's been kind of challenging, maybe Spirit might be encouraging you or them to like bring it up or talk about it, so that there's just more support there, and like you're just kind of venting and getting it out there. Because for example, maybe there's been some distance between the two of you because like one of you is really just struggling with all the changes that they're going through, and they don't want to like bother the other person with what they're going through. So they're just kind of keeping it under wraps and like avoiding talking about it. But the other person is sensing and knowing that there's something off, and because they don't know what it is, or the other person isn't speaking about why that is, they might start to get worried and think that it's something that it isn't, or jump to conclusions. And so I think Spirit's really just encouraging you both to not overthink things, trust your intuition when it comes to one another, when it comes to the connection, to not be afraid to make crazy changes and be spontaneous and do things that are exciting and different. I feel like with the Tower here, I honestly, there's no such thing as a bad card. People would say like, oh yeah, the Tower is a bad card, but it's not. Because you know what happens after the Tower? You get the Star. And the Star is all about hope, healing, rejuvenation, and renewal. And truthfully, the Tower only comes crumbling down when it wasn't on solid foundations in the first place. So all Spirit is really saying here is whatever needs to go or needs to change, it's gonna happen whether you both choose to deal with it or not. The Tower also talks about like divine intervention and just the hand of the divine and things. So the Tower moment could even be like, for some of you, like meeting this person, which I would say will happen like spontaneously or like in an unexpected way, because it is like navigated by Spirit. But if you have been avoiding parts of yourself or avoiding things you know you should be doing, they might be connected to meeting this person or connecting with this person in some way. So maybe Spirit's telling you to do that. I'm getting a lot of different interpretations for this. So I guess it's kind of a situation of take what resonates, don't let the rest take from you. But ultimately, I think Spirit is really just encouraging you to not shy away from the darker parts of yourselves and from sharing those parts of yourselves, and also being willing to talk about, you know, areas for growth in your own relationship. And I got mainly from the Tower like Mars energy, because so before they found out that Pluto was a thing, I have beef with the guy that said that Pluto wasn't a planet, by the way. Don't do that to my favorite planet. But I just remember being so upset about that. I don't know about you guys, but anyway, you know, Mars energy is all about action. Oh, this actually makes so much more sense. I don't know why that happens sometimes. It's like the answer's right there and I'm like circling around it. Okay, yeah, of course, because there could be something obvious that you both are meant to acknowledge and you both are avoiding it and circling around it. So maybe, for example, this is someone that like you both are seeing, but maybe you haven't talked about your feelings or talked about the deeper stuff yet. Or maybe you know you have to talk about this like big change you want to make, but you're avoiding it. Ultimately, I think Spirit is encouraging you both to take action and not get stuck in analysis paralysis. Spirit's really encouraging you not to allow the fear of change or the fear of making the wrong choice stop you from not taking action towards things in general. I think you're being encouraged to also just do more dynamic things together, like activities or things that allow you to connect physically. That could be anything, you know? That could be playing tennis, right? But also, I think too, the Spirit is really just encouraging you both to trust each other and trust in yourselves, trust the hand of the divine, and not let yourselves get so in your heads that you make non-existent problems or make insecurities and fears grow so big that they actually create a problem that you then have to work through, which like is still okay. Like you both can work through it. But I think ultimately you both are meant to be a positive like source for one another, to have more confidence to take action, especially when you're uncertain about how that action will change things. And I also think like let go of the idea that there is such thing as making a wrong decision. There just are decisions and things that follow. Like there is no right or wrong. There just are things, and sometimes the results are more aligned or less aligned with what you wanted, but you know, that's life. Okay, and I'm just gonna see now if there's any other whys in terms of why you were meant to meet, why you were brought together, that I haven't covered yet. So Spirit, are there any more whys? Whoa, okay, how many is this? Holy shit, there's 4 cards. Okay, So we have the Eight of Wands, alignment, progress. We have the Four of Swords, solitude, healing. We have the King of Swords, articulate, intelligent. And we have the Page of Pentacles with reflection and diligence. So you're brought together for a lot of reasons. Okay, so there's a lot of whys here. So first of all, Eight of Wands, alignment, progress. You both are aligned with one another. You both can help one another. It's like, what's that word called when the sum is greater than its individual parts? Like, you both can work better and faster together. Like, you both are positively aligned with one another in a way where you can grow with one another, and the love that you have for one another is deep and real. So it's not something where it's like you change a little bit, your hobbies change, and then all of a sudden you're like, you're not the person I married. Like, you used to love Bravo TV, and now you never watch Housewives with me. I changed. I got tired of Housewives. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a silly example. But point being, I feel like this is a connection that's so real and true. It's love on a soul level, love on a heart level, not arbitrary attraction or attachment. So it doesn't matter how you grow and change. It's like you both, as long as you both are honoring your truths and staying in alignment with what's important to you, like, you both are just going to help one another succeed more quickly. And I also just think, like, there's just a lot of positivity and a vast spectrum of experiences that you could experience together. Experiences to experience together. I'm really killing it with the vocabulary in this one. But also, yeah, but don't get me wrong, there definitely is attraction here. And I think that you both have, like, a very good physical connection. But I think that it's like you both are just excellent support systems for helping one another achieve your goals. And I think that if there's mutual goals, you both can achieve them very easily. Like, you make a wonderful team. Like, it's almost not fair, like, to other couples, because even though you have your differences, you're so aligned and in tune with one another that it's like those differences just become more strengths. But we also have the Four of Swords with solitude and healing. So one thing is, if you both have been alone for a long time, or if one of you was alone for a long time before they came together, I think healing from solitude is one thing, especially for the moon person, since they did come through as more isolated. But also I think just in general, there's a lot of healing here, especially when it comes to how you both think, when it comes to yourselves and how you both see the world. I also just think there's a lot of opportunity to heal together. You know, if you've ever heard the phrase, if you can't love yourself, how are you going to love someone else? Like, I don't believe that you need to be fully healed, because first of all, there's no such thing as being fully healed. And also, like, true love can exist. True love does exist because every person is flawed, and like being fully healed is not a thing, because life does not stop lifing. So, you know, but anyway, with the Four of Swords, like, being here, I feel like you both can like just feel safe and rest. You know, it's interesting because rest with one another, like, I think that the connection you share with one another is really rejuvenating. And I think that any wounds you have, especially when it comes to relationships, you both are meant to heal them together, or are healing them together. And, you know, talking about them and realizing them is just helping you both gain more clarity about yourselves. But also, the Eight of Wands and the Four of Swords are very different energies. You know, in the traditional tarot deck, like, the Four of Swords person is literally laying down asleep, and the Eight of Wands just shows like a bunch of wands, like, going in the air, being like, what's up, which is pretty similar to this one. But you both can be very dynamic and have like a lot of fun, or you can be very chill and very peaceful with one another. Like, you can hang in a lot of different environments and in a lot of different energies together. Like, you don't have a connection where you have to seek out someone else to do something, for example. Like, even if there's something like you're not fond of, or just kind of meh about, but the other person loves it, like you're more than happy to do it with them because you want to do things that they love with them, and you also just love being around them, so it doesn't really matter what you're doing because you're together. So I definitely think that you work well in different environments and in different energies and in different states of being. Like you can just, there's a flow that you both can go with together, and I think that you're really good at matching one another's energies. And if you're not in the same energies, there's this compassion there where it's like maybe one of you is really fired up and wants to do something fun, but the other's having like a really rough time. Like you're gonna be more than happy to let go of that and just spend time like caring for the other, because you know that there will be a time where they'll feel better, and the sooner they feel better, the sooner you both can do something fun and exciting. You know what I mean? It's just very caring and very balanced and very beautiful. I would definitely say the fact that this is an 8 of Wands and this is the 4 of Swords, I would say that there's more fun and exciting times and there are like chill, isolated times. But I think that you both, whatever the balance is, I think it works for the both of you. And the balance might change over time as well, but there's definitely a lot of excitement, a lot of healing, and it's just aligned. It's aligned with your souls, aligned with whatever you're meant to be doing. We also have the King of Swords, though, articulate and intelligent. So you both are 100% aligned when it comes to your mentalities. Like, I think that you both keep one another intellectually stimulated. And I also think that there is just a lot to learn from one another. I think you both like mutually you're both intelligent and you respect that intelligence in one another. I think you both enjoy like having, you know, intellectual conversations or just very interesting conversations. And I also think that maybe the both of you are really used to being in your mental body, or at the very least, like if it's been a while or a long time, or even I don't know, I'm getting lost in the channeling sauce. But I think the point of what I was trying to say is that like you have very strong and powerful minds that are able to stay stimulated with one another, and that are able to be, y'all keep things interesting, let's just say that. And you know, you have a lot of respect for one another's intelligence. I think that you really enjoy the conversations that you have, and I think that you are able to grow and learn together in ways that you couldn't with someone else, because they either don't have the same interests or they don't even value like learning or growing. You know, there are many people in this world that are perfectly happy with stagnation, and that's totally fine. Like they have the freedom to do that. But I feel like both of you aspire to continue growing and evolving and aspire to better yourselves. And because of that, you know, this connection is a great catalyst for growth and change, especially when it's really challenging to do on your own. You know, having that support system makes it a lot less daunting to make those changes. And then finally, with the Page of Pentacles. So this can mean a couple things. The fact that we have the Page of Pentacles here, you could have children with them, or because pages can represent children, or maybe you are meant to have a child with them or have children with them or something like that, if that's something that you both want. Doesn't necessarily have to be a human child. Not to offend the human parents. I know having a child is different than having a pet. All right, chill, breathe. But let people have what they want. Not everyone is meant to have children, okay? Pet parents, plant parents, you're valid too. But I think no matter what, part of the reason why you were meant to be brought together is because you both have worked really hard to be in a place where you could have a relationship like this, whether you both consciously realized it or not. Because with reflection and diligence, like those are both qualities that, you know, you have to cultivate. Like you can run from yourself your entire life. You can live your entire life without being self-aware. Many people do it. I'm sure you know that. And it takes a lot of work to, you know, stay in touch with yourself and not let go of your dreams and not let go of, you know, the person you want to grow into. And I feel like whatever you both want to achieve together, there is the potential for that. And whatever individual aspirations you have, there's mutual support and encouragement, and there's mutual support and encouragement for one another in those. And I also think, like, with the Page of Pentacles as well, you will keep one another young, because the magic that lies within this connection and the love that you have, well, love is magic. That's what magic is. It's love. And damn, I'm losing my train of thought a lot. I don't know why. Probably because Mercury is in Gatorade. Or I'm just sucking at channeling right now. Sorry, Mercury. I don't mean to blame you for everything. But anyway, like I said, this could be, like, for some of you, definitely, if you both want to have a family or something like that, it could be that you are, like, there could be, like, a specific soul that that is, like, meant to be a part of your family, because it doesn't even have to be, like, it doesn't have to be a biological child. It could also be, like, adoptive, or, like I said, it could be anything like that. But also with the Page of Pentacles here, I just think that there is just a solid foundation in your connection that allows you both to grow and cultivate whatever you want to. There is unlimited potential for this connection. Like, the only limits are the ones that you both place on yourselves and the limits you believe exist. The limit does not exist. Had to get the Mean Girls reference in there, but yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you've been brought together, and the big ones are the bright future you have together and the beautiful, true, deep, loving connection you have with one another, and all of these other extra added benefits. You're welcome for being so nice and reading all 4 of those cards. It's because I love you so much. I'm gonna be really sad if you don't leave me a like, because you should like that. Anyway, let's get into your guidance. So if you didn't watch the intro, I'm going to pull guidance for each person individually and then together. If you resonate with either side, feel free to take it. I'm not the tarot police. I'm not going to be like, no, that's person B's guidance. You're person A. You can't have that. Like, I don't care. Just take it. So we are going to start by looking at what the universe wants you to know about yourselves, or remind you about yourselves. So what does the world person need to know or remember about themselves? I am passionate, yes, and we have Scorpio energy here. So I feel like this is a reminder for the world person that it's okay to be passionate and it's okay to have a lot of passion. I feel like one of the cool things is, like, the moon person can handle that passion because they're just as deep. And I feel like the universe is just continuing to encourage you to embrace your passions and not feel guilty for having them and not feel guilty for feeling a lot. I think one big beef that I have with our society is that we act like feeling strongly makes you weaker, or that, like, being very expressive with your emotion or just sharing your emotion, like, makes you weak or dumb, or makes you less controlled. Like, I'm sorry, you're not a more virtuous person because you express less emotion. It's totally fine if you're not a very emotionally expressive. Like, that's great, but I hate that we shame people that express emotion or that we think are too excited, or, you know what I mean? Like, man, emotions are just data. Anything else is BS that you're projecting onto them. So I think that Spirit's really just encouraging you to follow your passions and embrace them, and not feel guilty for feeling so passionate, not feel guilty for being open to something different and being open to where your passions take you. But what does the moon person need to know about themselves? I trust in divine timing. So yeah, I definitely think that if the moon person is guilty of getting caught up in fears or, like, what ifs, or especially if you are the moon person and you don't know who this person is, Spirit is directly calling you out and being like, it's in divine timing, bubby. I don't know why I said bubby. Maybe that's significant to some of you. Trust it, and trust in us, and trust that this connection will happen. Listen, if you want to feel if you are worried that you'll never meet this person or that you'll never find this person, Fated meetings are fated for a reason. I rarely leave my apartment. Not because I can't, but because I don't want to. And yet, when I do, the universe takes that as an opportunity. Like, I have networked with people after just leaving the house once in like 2 weeks, just because I was at an appointment or something, and like things can happen so serendipitously. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't like ever leaving your house, you know, even just once or twice, spirit can make it happen. Or even just taking an opportunity you haven't before, spirit can make it happen. Or maybe you'll meet them online. You don't even have to leave your couch for that one. But ultimately, you have to let go of your like dependence on timing, because timing, first of all, time isn't real. It's bullshit, all right? The dinosaurs did not operate on a clock. We only do because of human stuff. But also, you know, linear time only exists in our dimension. Like, divine timing is something that, well, first of all, it's created in our action. So if there is anything that you've been wanting to do, or any action been wanting to take that you haven't, maybe do that. But also, and with this, I trust in divine timing, you may perceive it being a long time before you meet this person, or it's been forever and it still hasn't happened. What if it never happens? It'll happen when the time is right. I know that's frustrating, because the ego loves to know when something is happening and when and where and how, but that's not how life works. And unfortunately, we have to be patient and trust. I know it's so hard, but you can do it, I promise. And also, if you are with them, or if you haven't seen them in a while, or if you're just getting in your head and overthinking about this connection, I think Spirit is really saying to just trust in the flow and the timing of this, and not allow any overthinking to inhibit your ability to be vulnerable, to be open, and to make you, if you are the moon person, feel like you need to like avoid or run away or get down on yourself or not believe that something is meant to happen. Like, just trust in how everything flows. And I think that this is more than just this connection. I think that if you, no matter which person you are, if you've been having like these feelings of like, oh, when is this ever going to happen? Or you have this like anxiety, like you need to get a lot of things done now, or if I don't do it now, it'll never happen, or things like that. I feel like Spirit is asking you to breathe a little bit. It's just your fear that's making you feel like you have no time. You have time. You have time and no time, because time doesn't exist, like I said. So just trust in divine timing, all right? The universe doesn't give a shit about your calendar, and you should be very glad about that. Although if you're the moon person, I highly doubt you use a calendar. Anyway, let's see. Spirit, what do these two both mutually need to know about themselves right now? I am responsible for my life. So yeah, I think the beautiful thing is like, there's mutual accountability for yourselves, and I feel like this is meant to be a very healthy connection where you don't rely on the other person to make you happy. You prioritize your own happiness, prioritize your needs, and just come together with more happiness. Like, you add to one another's lives, and like, you don't expect the other to be your source of happiness or to complete you. Like, you have this sense of completion within you, or, you know, you continue to cultivate that, and you continue to, you know, care for your own needs and things like that, so that when you come together, you know, you're not weighing the other down, or you're not neglecting your own responsibilities towards yourself and the things that you need in order to, in the hopes that they'll just do it for you. Like, you both are responsible, and you both are good at knowing what is what is within like your realm of responsibility, and what's something that is meant to be like deferred to the other. I think that just Spirit is just encouraging you and reminding you that, especially if you're not in this connection yet, or you haven't met this person yet, and if you are feeling like, I need a person to complete me, or I need this connection to make me feel good, or I know I'm meant to have this love and I'm so tired of being without it. Like, I just want it. And that desire, that fantasy of it is causing you to neglect your own needs or neglect the things that you need to be doing. I feel like Spirit is saying taking responsibility for those things that you've been neglecting and trusting in, for example, divine timing to bring you there will actually make the process of divine timing go faster. But also I think Spirit is saying that that if you haven't met this person yet, it may be because they're not going to bring it in until you've reached a point where you know how to meet your needs, and you recognize how wonderful you are on your own, or just at the very least recognize that you're worthy of love, you deserve love, and that it is your job to take responsibility for meeting your needs. Obviously, there are needs within a relationship and needs that you both can meet within one another, but having the understanding of what needs are yours to meet, what needs you can meet for one another, and also having a solid sense of self so that you don't lose yourself in a relationship with someone else. So like, for example, I think the moon person could definitely be guilty of that with all that like intuitive, watery energy. It could be very easy for the moon person to merge with whoever they're with. And, you know, if they're not careful, whoever they're merging with might not be very positive for them. But obviously, you know, this is a positive connection. This is a really loving, harmonious connection. But that doesn't mean that you stop still needing to work on yourself, that you stop needing to take responsibility for your individual needs and things like that. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Okay. I'm going to use this deck now. I don't know why I'm shuffling it, because I shuffled before, but Spirit, what guidance do you have for the world person at this time that could be useful for them? Okay, so we have Melaleuca, and the theme is evolution. The trigger statement is things will never change, and the true statement is I attract only what is for my highest good. The imbalances in relationships that have been keeping you down are no longer needed. You are ready to transform. So I do think for some of you, like, for example, this Tower card could relate to maybe both of you have things that you need to let go of and things that you need to end or change. Because if you don't, then they're going to blow up in your face, or like Spirit's going to get rid of it for you. And it's like, trust me, you want to do it yourself. But I also think, you know, for example, if you're the world person and you haven't met the moon person yet, or you know, the universe might be saying, hey, things change when you make changes. If you want things to evolve, start by looking at what takes you away from passion, what drains you, what makes you just like, oh, I can't take this, or I can't stand this. What makes you feel like you're dragged down and held back? Because those are the things that are causing you to avoid, that are causing you to feel stuck. But also, I think no matter what, I think that this connection is definitely for the highest good of both of you. And I think that, you know, if you're the world person and you've had these like successes and completion, you might be worried about what's next, or you might be worried of like, oh, what if things are going to go to shit or something like that? Or what if things like never change, in the sense of like, maybe you're worried that you'll never meet this person, or that you'll never get out of a rut that you're in, or that things will just never change. I think Spirit is just reminding you that we're not going to bring in something lackluster, bring in something that's just going to take you further away from yourself, or cause you to have to do even more inner work. You know what I mean? There could be some people that maybe you're afraid of talking to, or afraid of being real with, because you either don't want to hurt their feelings, or maybe you just don't know how to. But like I said, you can be honest and still be kind. Okay, what about the moon person? All right, this one wants to come out. Aw, we have joyful. The theme is elevate. The trigger statement is I feel so low, and the true statement is I persevere. Release the worry and fear and allow confidence, trust, and strength to take you to your goal. Yeah, like that's pretty much exactly what I've been saying. And I really do think that Spirit is saying, like, the more you elevate yourself, the more you continue to persevere and not allow the worry and fear to get in the way, like, the closer you're going to be towards this connection, and the closer you're going to be towards the life that you want. And also, everyone deserves to feel good. Everyone deserves to feel better. And when we all have highs and lows, like, that's normal. But I think, you know, if you're the moon person, it's probably more common for you, because you can get lost in the seas of your own emotions, or lost in the energies of other people without even realizing it. And so I think if you are the moon person, you're likely more vulnerable to external energies. And so it may be beneficial to make sure you're grounding and protecting your energy, and making sure you're not taking on the emotions of other people. But finally, Spirit, what guidance do you have for both the world and the moon from this deck? Okay, the bottom of the deck started sliding out, so I'm going to give you guys that one too. Not like this reading hasn't been long enough. Who cares? Let's just make it long as heck. So we have the root chakra here with the theme of being support. The trigger statement is, I am not supported, and the true statement is, I move forward with divine grace. Take comfort and know that you are supported. Nurture your inner child and connect with the earth. So I definitely think that, like, this is Spirit saying, like, if this connection is not in your life yet, know it is coming. But also, if you are in this connection and there is a time where you feel unsupported, communicate, because neither of you ever has that intention. Both of you want to be a good support system for one another, and the universe is supporting you as well. Like, this is the root chakra. This is the ground, babe. Like, y'all are gonna come together, whether you already have or whether it'll take some time. But ultimately, I think Spirit is really saying to trust. You're already being supported in this. You have been supported in this, and you will continue to be, whether you believe that or not. But it is useful to believe in that. But let's see what was on the bottom of the deck that wanted to come out. Ooh, yes, okay. Fuck yes. So we have the theme of good fortune, and the trigger statement is, there is not enough, and the true statement is, I attract abundance. Feel the joy you would have once you reached your goals here and now. You will achieve your dreams fastest this way. So I think Spirit's really saying, like, picture yourself being with this type of person. Or if this is your person, picture that. Maybe, for example, like, let's say you're with this person, but maybe you're long distance, or maybe you're both wanting to make, like, a big change, like move somewhere or something like that, and you either don't have the finances, or you don't know how you're going to work out the logistics, or one of you's locked into a contract, like, whatever it may be. I think Spirit is really saying to trust in the good fortune and trust in the timing of things, because things are meant to work out better than you think. And also, I think that you may make life harder for yourself by assuming the worst, or assuming things are going to go poorly. It's almost like you're affirming that reality, and because you're not even open to the idea that things could work out better than you even imagined. It's trying to be a little bit more wild, and trust in that. But okay, whew. And as I cut this deck, surrender worry. Make a commitment to not lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart. Have faith that Spirit is guiding you always, because it's true. But I'm going to finish off this very juicy reading with some of these surrender cards. So, Spirit, what does the World card need to surrender? Surrender obsessive thinking. If you're obsessing about a person or situation, turn the dilemma over to Spirit. Doing so will bring clarity or even solve the problem. And then what about, okay, the Moon person. All right. We have surrender to miracles. Be open to miracles occurring in your life. Feel and know that these events are real. Let go of any resistance and banish any doubt that miracles can happen. Yes, agreed. All right, what do these two need to mutually surrender? Spirit. Okay, beautiful. Surrender to complete healing. Open to the fully loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your mental, emotional, and physical and spiritual healing. That is beautiful. And like the most beautiful way we could finish off this reading. And on the back of the deck, we have surrender to Spirit. Once you've done everything you can to achieve a goal, turn the situation over to the divine. Let Spirit work its magic for you. Iconic, legendary. Love this for you. So pile 3, I think that's where I'm going to leave this reading. So thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for letting my ads play in the background while you do something more interesting. That is one of the simplest and easiest ways to support me, show appreciation for my channel, and help me pay my bills. But if you'd like to help me or support me in any other ways, you can like this video, which is incredibly helpful. You can comment down below and let me know how it resonates. You can subscribe if you haven't already and click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you want me to see your comment, I usually see them when I first upload because I do. And also I have my candle line as well as any candles from Angelic Magic 888. If you use code ASO10, you can get 10% off my candles or any candles on the site. Highly recommend. They smell very good. They're very beautiful and high quality and Reiki charged. Also, I have merch link down below. I have my social media, and oh, you can check out a reading with an extended, or just check out any of my other readings, or just, you know, send me good vibes, pray for me. I don't know, anything, any kindness directed towards me, thank you. But that's all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here and for hanging, what's the right word? Being patient with my channeling in this reading and for just hanging. Appreciate ya. I hope you have a wonderful day or night, whatever it is that you're watching this video. I love you so much, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye! Hi there, Pile 4. Welcome to Elephant Town, and welcome to your reading. Thank you so much for being here. If you guys chose the Agate Elephant and this 4th circle card, then this is going to be your reading on why you were meant to meet the person that is described and why they were meant to meet you. So I'm going to start this reading with the energy check, and we are doing this in a person A, person B format. Person A is on this side, person B is on this side. If you are listening, I will say what I'm going to call person A and B. So if you're like, what's this side? Just wait, I'll tell you. If you want a full breakdown of the reading, or you're confused by person A, person B format, there is an explanation of all that in the intro, but we are going to go ahead and start. So starting with person A's energy, we have the Wheel of Fortune. We have the Fool, fearlessly revealing emotion, helping people laugh at absurdity and hypocrisy. And we also have the Swan. And then for person B, we have Justice. We have Messiah, serving humanity with humility. And we have 2 of these cards. So we have the Lamb and we have the Cheetah. Okay, these 2 cards are going to represent the overall why you were brought together, and we'll get to those in a bit. But first, we're going to start by looking at who person A and person B are. So I'm going to call person A the Wheel of Fortune and person B Justice. I may slip up and call person A the Swan or the Fool. I've been channeling for quite a while, so just forgive me if I make any slip-ups, but I'm definitely calling person B Justice, so I'll probably just call person A the Wheel. But let's start with the Wheel. So in terms of signs, and I'll do this for both sides, which, by the way, they do not have to have these signs. It's just for extra confirmation for you. But on person A's side, we have all the fixed signs in the Wheel of Fortune. So that would be Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius, and Taurus. The Wheel of Fortune is also associated with Jupiter. And I believe Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. So Sagittarius energy could be significant. With the Swan, we have water energy, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. And with the Fool is associated with Uranus, the butt planet. So Aquarius could be significant, and the Fool's also about beginnings. So Aries energy, a lot of signs there. But like I said, they don't have to. It's just for confirmation. And then in terms of the Justice person, we have heavy Libra with the Justice card. And then with the Cheetah, we have the fire signs. So Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. And with the Lamb, we have Virgo, Capricorn, Taurus. Okay, let's start with the Wheel of Fortune person. So the Wheel of Fortune person is definitely someone very spiritual, very mystical, and very highly sensitive, highly empathic, and feels their emotions whether they want to or not. They're definitely someone who can shift emotional states like in an instant. Like they could be feeling amazing and on top of the world, and then the next minute they are just absolutely in the exact opposite of that for whatever reason. But they're also the beauty in that is that they can also quickly bounce back to like a higher, lighter energy as well. They're someone who what I just heard in my head is, for the Wheel person, creativity is their lifeblood. Like they need to be creative. Like that, it is just such an extension of who they are that if they don't have the opportunity to be creative or express themselves creatively, like they suffer for it. So I wouldn't be shocked if the Wheel person is creatively gifted or talented in some way, possibly even in multiple ways. The goddess Saraswati is associated with this swan card, so that could be significant to some of you. But definitely in terms of like writing, singing, speaking, and honestly really any modality of art, the Wheel person is gonna lean towards that. But they're also very spiritual and in tune with their spirituality, even if they don't concretely, which I would be shocked if they don't concretely see themselves as spiritual. They have a deep connection to themselves and the world around them, and they're in a beautiful state where they go with the flow of what is. Maybe not all the time, but usually. They've gone through enough in their life to learn how to let go of control and not feel the need to try to control things. They're much better at going with the flow now, and I also think they're very in tune with their higher guidance. So it's easier to go with the flow because they have more trust, not only in their ability to handle what comes their way, but also they inherently trust where the universe is leading them. The fact that we have the Wheel of Fortune card here, I'm literally hearing this song from a very niche movie that I've literally tried to find online and I can't find it anywhere. But let me know if you've seen this movie. If anyone remembers like Mycene dolls, there was a movie that they had called like Mycene Goes Hollywood, and there's a song in the beginning where it talks about like how lucky they are. Like the lyrics say something like, I'm so lucky, nothing's gonna get in my way or bring me down today or whatever it is. And that was a song I was hearing. But also I love that movie because there was a character named Madison in it, and I was like, wow, that's me, my name is Madison, there's a Madison in there. But anyway, I also think that the Wheel person is unapologetically honest, and I don't think they're ever honest in a malicious way, but I do think that they are not afraid to call people out, especially when it comes to hypocrisy or when people want to shame other people's creativity or shame other people's emotions. I think that the Wheel person has gone through a lot when it comes to embracing their sensitivity and learning not to be ashamed of it. I feel like because the Swan Wheel person is so sensitive, even if they want to try to hold back or control their emotion, it's very challenging, and also it's not authentic to what they're feeling. And I think something that's been very healing for the Wheel person is being okay with their emotions and allowing their emotions to communicate to them rather than trying to suppress them or feel ashamed for being so sensitive. It's their sensitivity that makes their creative gifts so powerful, and it's also what allows them to speak for humanity and the human experience through whatever they create. I also think that the Wheel person is very good at like going with the flow, and I think that they really enjoy spontaneous experiences. They may be a little impulsive at times, but I think as they've gotten older, they've learned to kind of be more sensible about when it's smart to be impulsive and when it's maybe reckless to be impulsive. But I also wouldn't be shocked if they were born into a more fortunate situation, or they've just had a lot of quote unquote lucky experiences. I don't think all of it's necessarily luck. I think a lot of it is hard work, but it's possible they could have been born into for example, like a family where, you know, they were financially secure. So, you know, the wheel person was able to start life without like debt or something like that. You know what I mean? Like they could have had an advantage like that, which is, I guess, luck in terms of how they were born. But I mean, it's not that they didn't work hard, but they didn't have the extra added stress of that others do. Do you understand what I'm saying? But I think if that's the case, the wheel person like knows that and they're very grateful. And I think because of that, the wheel person feels like they owe it to the world to give back in any way that they can. It's like they want to use whatever privileges that they've had in life in order to make life easier for people who haven't had those same opportunities. So it's quite possible that the wheel person does something that is really meaningful to them, or they may be very into philanthropy or something where that they can just give back to others and just not take for granted the opportunities and the experiences and the blessings that they have. I also think that the wheel person is really funny. I think they're really funny, and I think that they have the ability to be funny even when they're like sobbing or when they're furious. Like they can rant and rave in really funny ways. People might actually enjoy when the wheel person gets mad because they like their rants are really funny, or even when they're crying, like they're making jokes. I definitely think that the wheel person, one thing that they've had to learn is that they have to be more careful with their words, because I do think that the wheel person has, especially when they were younger, a tendency to unintentionally be absolutely brutal with their words. And the thing is I don't think that they realized it. It's just because they're so intuitive. It's almost like they were able to pick up on the insecurities of the people around them. And like, they may not even have like realized that that was an insecurity or realized how deeply rooted an insecurity was. But it could just be like, I definitely think that the wheel person has caused some ego deaths, even in like adolescence. When they were in adolescence, I think they were giving other adolescents like ego deaths. Like it's that strong. Like y'all barely just got egos and they're already being crushed. Like I'm not gonna lie, the wheel person, I would give to be a fly on the wall when the wheel person gives someone a piece of their mind that deserves it. But I also think that, you know, especially as the wheel person has grown and matured, like they've learned how to handle their sensitivities. And I think they're still continuing to, but definitely the amount of emotion that they feel has created this situation where it is very challenging to be mindful and present, especially when they were younger, to not act on that emotion in destructive ways. Like I think especially when they were younger and really just didn't have the capabilities of breathing through things and didn't have the techniques and the solutions to handle big emotions, I think that they just learned how to act on impulse. And I think as they grew, they realized how destructive their emotional impulses could be. And so I think they realized that, you know, the wheel person gives me the same vibe as that meme that's like, I can be your angel or your devil, but like angel is spelled like angle and devil is like devil or something. I don't know, it's something silly. But I definitely think that the Wheel of Fortune has the ability to experience very high highs and very low lows. And I think the beautiful thing is that the wheel person is aware that both are part of life, and I think they accept that. And I think they actually utilize both when it comes to their creativity. You know, obviously nobody wants to be in a low, but I think that the wheel person actually embraces it because they know that there's something to gain from it. And not only that, but everything is a source of inspiration for them. And I also just think that there's this inherent level of trust in themselves and the universe that allows them to recognize that even when they are in a low, even if they can't feel it, they're being supported, and they've moved through really hard things before, and they will continue to. I feel like just as the wheel person gets older, they become more and more graceful. And I also think they become more and more aware of their shortcomings and the things that they need to work on. And ultimately, I think that they're recognizing that their emotions are a superpower or a detriment. It just depends on how you view them, how you utilize them, and how you choose to act because of them. And fortunately, pun intended, the wheel person is doing an excellent job at growing and working with their emotions and being kind and patient with themselves. I definitely think that they've come out of a years-long, lifelong transformational process for them, where they've only just started to be able to flow with life more because they've worked through a lot of the challenges that inhibited them or made them feel stuck or caused them to maybe self-sabotage or be destructive, whether intentionally or not. I also think that the wheel person is just a very fluid, in the sense that, like, I mean, they could be like gender fluid or sexually fluid. That could be something for the wheel person. But what I really meant by fluid was there's no rigid boundaries in terms of who they are, who they can or can't become. I feel like they're just incredibly malleable. And so it's definitely important that the wheel person has positive people in their life, positive support systems in their life, and things that align with their soul, things that make them feel like they have purpose, things that make them want to continue getting out of bed and living life. Because this wheel person definitely knows what it's like to not get out of bed and feel complete apathy. Which, is feeling apathy a paradox? Because apathy is feeling nothing. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. I'm sure you will. But yeah, overall, they are someone who is so deep and so complex, but ironically very simple in certain ways. I feel like the wheel person is definitely someone who doesn't really beat around the bush, and they can't really pretend to be anyone other than themselves. Like, there is just this raw authenticity with the Wheel of Fortune where they've realized that they benefit from being themselves, and their authentic self is the one that gets them what they need, that brings them where they need to be and helps support them and helps them survive. So, like, why wouldn't they embrace their authentic self? And I think because they have learned how to see their emotional body as a friend and as a tool for data rather than something to judge themselves for, they're just able to expand not only their awareness of themselves and the world, but also expand their understanding of the many ranges of emotions. And they have an emotional maturity to them that not many people have, that is much needed in this world. I mean, the emotional maturity of the American public, I will say, because I'm American, is fucking abysmal. Absolutely just garbage. And, you know, I'm sure that, I know it's like that in other countries as well. I'm just speaking for the one that I was born in. So, you know. Anyway, let's talk about the justice person. So, justice person is definitely also very compassionate. I think a couple things that these two have in common is a desire to uplift the world. I think both are positive, or at the very least they try to be positive, and they like to look at things more optimistically. I feel like even when the wheel person is in like a low energy, they still try to look at things like in a positive way. That's what helps them move through the hard times. Like, they have those affirmations, they have those reminders, they have those things to make the darkness of the low periods a little lighter, you know? It's like you know, they may be stuck in a dark period, but they have this little like nightlight of positivity to like keep them going. You know what I mean? Whereas the Justice person, I feel like, is much more balanced and much less susceptible to emotional irregularities. Like for the Wheel person, emotional irregularities are regular. Like that's just their life and they flow with it and that works for them. And that's just how they were built and how they were designed. And that's how they're meant to be. It's perfect. It's chef's kiss. But for the Justice person, they are definitely more grounded, more practical, more rational, more logical. I definitely think the Wheel person is more intuitively driven, whereas I feel like the Justice person is more logically driven. I also think that the Justice person has a very strong sense of morality and a very strong sense of integrity. It's very important to them to do the right thing. This also makes me think of the goddess Mot, the Egyptian goddess Mot, so that could be significant. But I could be saying her name wrong. But yeah, you will let me know. So if I did, I will learn. But the Justice person is also someone who is very like cool-headed. They're definitely motivated by a desire to bring more peace to the world. And I think one thing that the Justice person has learned is to be at peace even when their thoughts are running with them. I think that the Justice person finds meaning in helping others and, you know, bringing more balance to the world. You know, Libra is all about balance, and also like Libra energy has a lot to do with partnerships and things like that. So I definitely think that the Justice person finds a lot of meaning from helping the people around them. And I feel like the Justice person has put in the work to help themselves so that they can help others. So one thing I want to commend, no matter which one you are, both of you have done a lot of work on yourselves and it shows. And I'm so proud of you. The universe is so proud of you. And also just, I'm so like happy that you've been able to do that. And you've both been able to do that and like reach a place where, you know, you can actually get a lot done because you're not being bogged down by the things that were plaguing you anymore. Everybody deserves that, and you can and should be a source of inspiration to show people that you can come from extreme bouts of darkness. You can come from horrible mental states and just painful, challenging times. You can come back from them. You can gain wisdom from them. And this Justice person has a lot of wisdom. I mean, I think that they're definitely very hard on themselves, which both of you are hard on yourselves. But I think that's why it's a good thing you're together, because I think in whatever way that is, this connection can be romantic, platonic, familial. I'm getting a big platonic vibe, but like I said, it could be really anything. Definitely, though, I think that the Justice person is the counterbalance to the dominance of the Wheels person's like water and emotional energy. The Justice person brings the air, fire, and earth. Not that the Wheel person doesn't have any of those elements, but their dominant sense is their emotional body, and they are not ruled by their emotions, but they trust their emotional body more. They're more guided by their intuition, by their heart space rather than logic. Whereas a Justice person definitely comes at things from a more logical and rational place. The Wheel person has a dominance of feminine energy, and the Justice person has a dominance of masculine energy. But I would say that the Justice person has a more of an even balance between feminine and masculine energy, whereas I feel like the Wheel person has a lot more feminine, or just is... Well, I don't want to say someone has more feminine than masculine energy, because like everyone has both within them, and you can always cultivate more of one or the other. But I do think that the Wheel person is comfortable and thrives in a state where they can predominantly be in their feminine energy. Whereas I feel like the Justice person thrives better when they have variety. And in that variety, sometimes they're masculine energy dominant, and sometimes they're feminine energy dominant, and sometimes they just come in with a beautiful balance of both. The fact that we have the cheetah and the lamb, like the cheetah literally represents masculine energy, solar energy, the sun. It is powerful, it is vibrant, it is light, it is fun, it is there is nothing that the cheetah can't get done when it puts its mind to it. There's so much passion there. There's so much motivation. And the justice person can get shit done. They can get it done, and they can get it done fast, and they can get it done well. It's incredible. But also the justice person has this beautiful ability to be very, like, they temper this cheetah energy. Like, they don't allow that cheetah energy to run away with them like they may have in the past. I don't think that this balance came naturally for them. They just learned how to handle the energies that they feel and that are within them and make them more balanced rather than going from one extreme to the other. So, because they didn't thrive that way. The wheel person can thrive bouncing from extremes to extremes. That's just how they're meant to do things. But the justice person is not. Like, that's too much for them. They need harmony. They need balance within themselves. And so it may have been a lot harder for them to get things done and just be productive or be effective, because either they would get a lot of things done and maybe rush over things, or their work would be sloppy, or they would miss things. Like, the justice person, like, when they were in school, they were totally that kid that either forgot to write their name on their paper or, like, never read instructions. You know who you are. I might have triggered some teachers right now, though. They might be like, yes, they never write their name on their paper. Just write your name on your paper. I want to know who you are. But with the Lamb card being here, there's the justice person is also so sweet and so gentle and so patient. They have learned how to find peace and calm within themselves, and they've learned how to be patient with themselves and others. I honestly feel like they have a level of patience that is kind of unmatched to most. And I think that it's almost because they've experienced that impulsivity, and they have that ability to get things done so quickly and be so dynamic and active and, like, effective and energetic, that when they would tap into that energy too much, it's almost like they would literally burn themselves out, and then they which would lead into those extremes. So I feel like the cheetah is the justice person's, like, natural energy. They're naturally more vibrant, naturally more optimistic, more of a go-getter, not afraid to take risks, not afraid to, make things happen and make mistakes. But they've realized the drawbacks of that, and I almost feel like the Lamb is a culmination of traits that they have learned to develop within themselves to balance that cheetah energy, so that they can use that cheetah energy in effective ways without burning themselves out. And I also think that, one thing that I think the justice person would criticize themselves for, which I do think that the justice person and the wheel person are probably too hard on themselves, but I think the wheel person is better at just accepting who they are because they can't change it anyway. Whereas the justice person, I think, because they see things from a more practical way and from a more logical way, rather than, like, just, I don't want to say accepting things how they are, rather than they just do things differently than the wheel person. And they come up with strategies to counteract the negative side effects of all of their boundless energy and passion. So it's almost like, and I love it because, like, a lamb is like a baby animal. So it's like, this is a newer part of them where they are and still are learning how to cultivate more patience, learning to be patient with the process. Because I think one thing that frustrates the justice person is, like, when they're doing everything can to move something forward and there's, like, outside factors that slow it down, like, that is something that will drive the justice person up a wall and, like, make them so annoyed. But sorry, I'm burping, which I do this in readings all the time. It's just something that happens. I don't burp like this in my everyday life, I promise. But it's just, like, releasing energy. But they are still developing, but I must say they're doing a great job at adding this more patient and understanding element of themselves. Like the Justice person has always been like a kind person and a sweet person, but it's almost just like their own impulsivity and their own desire to take action and get things done can create a lot of frustration and tension within them when they are met with resistance. And I also think that because they are just so focused on certain things, like at times they could be insensitive towards others, and like it's never their intention to do that. It's like they just may have had experiences where they may have brushed something off or like not had time for someone because they were just laser focused on some sort of goal they were working towards, or they were just feeling frustrated about something else. And I think one thing that the Justice person has realized is that they do need to be more cautious about, they do need to be more patient and cautious when it comes to their interactions with others, because I don't think that the Justice person would ever want to intentionally hurt someone's feelings. It's just an unfortunate side effect of them being so tuned into like that specific cheetah energy that they don't realize how that may impact others. But I think because they've learned that, you know, that lack of awareness outside of what their tunnel vision focus is on, they've learned, okay, I need to be more patient, I need to be more present, and so that I don't ever accidentally hurt someone. It's like they have this fierceness within them, but they're also cultivating a more patient, gentle side of them as well. And that's definitely, like, I definitely think they're predominantly in their masculine energy, but they're realizing the more that they include their feminine energy and the more they embrace their feminine energy as well, the more effective their masculine energy is, and the easier their life flows. Like things just get easier for them and they're less stressful. But I also think that the Justice person just really cares about serving the world in a way that's meaningful to them. They believe in doing the right thing. They believe in showing up. You know, if this is someone who, if they tell you they're gonna do something, they're gonna do it. And if they're not gonna do it, they'll let you know and reschedule or like do something to make it up for you. Like the Justice person is very fair. They are not someone who is manipulative or wants to get the advantage over someone. The Justice person genuinely believes in equal give and take and believes in a life of service and a life of honesty, justice, and truth. Like if there's something that the Justice person cannot stand, it's injustice. It's utter bullshit. Like they can't handle it. Which I would say that's probably something that the Wheel and Justice have in common. They may experience the upset around that BS differently, but that's definitely something that you both bond over. So if you're still here and this is resonating, let's look at why you were brought into each other's lives. So we have 888, Cosmic Code, alignment into a higher order of abundance. I am a living mandala of unique divine beauty. Beautiful. So you guys are the only pile to get an angel number. So 8 could be a significant number. It could be significant for August or August 8th. It could really be anything. And we also have the Builder, discipline, practicality, achievement. So I definitely think that you were brought together to, well, you're brought together for a lot of reasons. I think honestly, like one of the things I love about this connection is these cards are talking a lot about work and abundance. And abundance is not just money. Abundance is like, I don't know. I am not going to look up the Webster's dictionary definition, but there is abundance in everything, and you can see abundance in everything. And not only do you both, which this has been a common theme in a lot of the readings, despite how different they've been, you have different strengths and weaknesses. So when you come together with twice the strength because you pick up the slack, because you bring the strength for each other's weaknesses, and that makes you both more effective. I wouldn't be shocked if you both work together in some way or will work together in some way. And even if it's not like work, you know, if, for example, if you're in a relationship, like you both can build something really solid and stable together. Like, I feel like both of you have very unique personalities. I think the justice person is probably better at handling and acclimating to different energies. But I think what the justice person needs from this connection and just in general is someone like the wheel person who has that just deep, rich emotional experience, because I feel like that's a beautiful counterbalance. I would say if the justice person struggles with anything, it's probably uncomfortable emotions they don't know how to deal with, or expressing emotions, especially positive ones. I feel like the wheel person is probably really helpful in helping the justice person, helpful in helping. I'm really killing it with the vocabulary in this video. But yeah, the justice person, I think, maybe has a hard time expressing their emotions or revealing their emotions or embracing their emotions. And I think the wheel person is really beneficial with that. And I feel like the justice person brings direction, brings a source of like grounding, and brings a calm, stable energy that the wheel person needs to feel more stabilized. Yeah. Gotta get that word count up. You know what I mean? Anyway, I definitely think that you both have the ability to truly appreciate each other for who you are. And the beautiful thing is that I think that you motivate one another not only to work harder, but to go further than you thought possible and dream bigger than you ever expected. I feel like you both have this beautiful balance of dreams and ambitions mixed with practicality and the discipline to achieve them. I definitely think that the wheel person is more of the creative vision and is probably more of the practical creative output. Whereas I feel like the justice person probably is more of a like, let's do the logistics, let's do the planning. I wouldn't be shocked if they also have creative input and are creative as well when you both work together. But I think that the cheetah person is better at dynamic action and at like, maybe, for example, you know, if the wheel person is focusing on the creativity, the justice person may like lead where the creativity is heading, or give like boundaries for how that creativity is expressed. For example, if it's like a specific project, you know, the wheel person might be doing, say, for example, like let's say the wheel and the justice person are making a book. You know, the wheel person might write the book or do the art, and the justice person may edit the writing, send the book out to publishers, promote the book, come up with business strategies to promote the book, come up with marketing strategies, come up with a detailed plan of how to get the book done in a way that's not going to burn either of you out, but has enough like energy and momentum to keep you both going. Or like, let's say, you know, the wheel person's writing, the justice person's editing, the wheel person is singing, okay, yeah, you both are making an album. The wheel person might be doing the singing and the songwriting, and the justice person is like the sound production person, the go-between from the creative person and the higher ups, for example. It's something like that, where you both are well suited to your roles and you're both happy with them. Like, you know, the wheel person doesn't want to do the things that the justice person does, and the justice person the justice person, I feel like, one, is less comfortable in expressing their creativity freely, but also I think that they see the gifts and talents that the wheel person has. And so I think that they get inspiration from the wheel person. But I also think that because they're less tapped into their emotions, they may feel more comfortable doing the more practical sides, because creativity can require you to be quite vulnerable and quite emotional and raw. And I think the Justice person just feels more comfortable with maintaining a sense of composure. And I feel like they see themselves as more useful on that side of things. Like both of them are equally as important. And I think both of you work together in an incredible way. So I feel like the reason the universe brought you together is to, listen, I'm gonna be real. I just heard in my head, make some effing money. So if this is a business partner or someone you are thinking about going into business with, I think that could definitely be something very fruitful. If this is a romantic interest, I definitely think that both of you could not only work really well together, but achieve a lot together. No matter what, this connection you're brought together to supercharge both of your abilities to grow, build, and achieve and cultivate abundance. And also, I think both of you have really needed a connection where you are appreciated for your strengths and your weaknesses are not shamed or belittled, but rather compassionately accepted and are cared for, in the sense of like the Justice person, like, you know, if the Wheel person's having a bad day, the Justice person is not going to be like, get over it. Like, it's not a big deal. You're being emotional. You're being sensitive. The Justice person instead is which they may have done that years ago before they cultivated this Lamb energy, but they're not going to do that now. What they're going to do is they're going to be like, oh, the Wheel person is going through it. And they're going to get into their Lamb energy and they're going to be patient and they're going to sit with the Wheel person and they're going to be a listening ear and they're going to be gentle with them and compassionate with them and, you know, be what the Wheel person needs. And when the Justice person is too burnt out or is too focused or too zeroed in or having a hard time expressing what's going on underneath, the Wheel person's going to call it out. You know, the Justice person may be very guilty of being the type of person to be like, I'm fine, nothing's wrong, I'm fine. And the Wheel person is going to be like, that's BS and I know it. Like, I can feel it. I can feel what you are refusing to feel. So unless you, like, if you don't tell me, I'm just going to keep asking until you do. Like, I'm not going to stop prying. And the Justice person is going to be like, fine. So I think that the Wheel person is a wonderful source for the Justice person to become more comfortable in being vulnerable and sharing more of themselves and being okay with not being okay. I feel like the Justice person feels a sense of like groundedness in when they're in their center, when they're at peace. But once they get dragged out of that and start feeling emotions or feel out of whack or just not centered in at peace, I think that they can get a little bit frazzled. And I think the Wheel person is really good at helping the Justice person take themselves less seriously and not beat themselves up so much. And I also think that the Wheel person, because they're so good at, they're so highly empathic, they might even mirror the exact emotions the Justice person is feeling. And that mirroring actually helps the Justice person understand how powerful their emotions are. Like, I'm sure every single person here has experienced something where you feel an emotion, especially if it's an emotion over a prolonged period of time, and you think it's fine and you just kind of like live with it and it becomes your new normal. And then whenever it does get resolved or whenever you're relieved of it, you look back and you realize, oh my God, that was actually so intense. Like, I can't believe I just handled that. I can't believe I just like let that fester underneath the surface. Like, I can't believe, like, you just made me blown away at how strong and resilient you are and how much you've actually handled. Like, you may not realize how much it is in the moment, but you look at it in hindsight and you're like, holy crap, that was so much. I can't believe I was carrying all that. And I think the Justice person experiences that a lot. I mean, the Wheel person definitely has as well, but I think in terms of the mirroring, the Wheel person actually gives the Justice person like a visual gauge of how intense their emotions, the emotions that the Justice person is feeling actually are. So, you know, if the Justice person is grieving, the Wheel person can mirror that grief and they can see for themselves, oh my God, I need to be more compassionate with myself because I know what I'm going through is really hard right now and really painful. Like, even my friend who is not going through this, or my partner, whoever the Wheel person is, if you're the Justice person, you know, they're mirroring that emotion. They're feeling my emotion and it's a lot for them. And here's the thing, the Wheel person knows how to set boundaries and not do that. I feel like the Wheel person willingly mirrors the Justice person's emotions, because first of all, if the Justice person isn't feeling them and is pushing them away, then they're out in the open. And if they're around the Wheel person's going to feel them. So the Wheel person might like all of a sudden get upset and not know why, and be like, I was fine a second ago, I don't know why I'm so upset. And the Justice person may be like, you know, I am having a bad day today, I think you're picking up on my feelings, like, I'm sorry, you know. And then the Wheel person can be like, do you want to talk about it? But I think the beautiful thing too is that the Wheel person never forces the Justice person too far outside their comfort zone, but they do challenge the Justice person. But vice versa, the Justice person challenges the Wheel Fortune person too. I think that they also, you know, the Wheel person, they can be a bit melodramatic and they can be a bit over the top, and that's not a bad thing. We gotta have a little drama in our lives sometimes. But I do think that the Justice person will kind of call the Wheel person out and be like, okay, like, is your life really falling apart because your favorite coffee shop ran out of your creamer? Like, zoom out a little bit, all right? Like, the world's not gonna end. Which obviously is like a really silly example, but you know what I mean. So I definitely think that you both bring the support and the motivation to work hard. I also think you help one another stay in like good, like, you help keep each other in check. And I think that there is a real ability here to grow. Like, the fact that we have Capricorn on this builder card, you know, Capricorn is literally all about work and stuff like that. So, well, it's not all that Capricorn is about, but you know what I mean. I definitely think that you are meant in some way to work together. And at the very least, even if it's not like a legit career, I think that you both are meant to build something special together. And in that process, build appreciation for each other's differences and see how your differences make you even closer and help you unite in a stronger way, rather than be something that divides you and is a cause for tension and conflict. Does that make sense? I definitely think that there's a timeless element to this connection where it doesn't matter how long it's been since you've talked, it doesn't matter how long it's been since you've seen one another, you both just pick up where you left off. And I think that there's just this real camaraderie and respect. And at the same time, it's like you both are each other's secret sauce to like supercharge success. I love it. I'm definitely very curious who this is in your life. And if you don't know who it is, it's probably because you're meant to meet them and you haven't met them yet. But we're going to go ahead and get into the tarot now. And I will say, I kind of had to change things up a little bit from the intro. Not too much, but poor pile one, I got really confused in pile one, and I realized like the way I was doing the questions was not going to work because I can't even keep track of what I'm talking about. So we're going to start by looking at how this connection has enhanced your lives mutually, or how it will. So in pile one, I looked at it individually, and I got way too lost in the sauce there. So, yeah, sometimes I gotta change things. Okay, so, Spirit, the Wheel and Justice person, how does this connection together enhance their lives in a way no other connection can? Oh, we have the Ace of Cups, spirituality and fulfillment. I love that. This connection is just beautiful. Like, I feel like this connection brings you both closer to your higher selves. I feel like it's also a connection where, you know how you have those friends sometimes where like, you know, they're not good to be your friend, but like, you know, they're a bad influence, but you have so much fun around them that like you almost can't help it. This is like the opposite. This is a connection where you are really good influences on one another. And there's this depth to the connection where you inspire and encourage one another to continue to stay in alignment with your integrity, with your spiritual values. I also think that you both are a welcome source of, I don't know how to word this. Spirit, help me. How do I word this? You both create a space together that makes you feel freer and safer to explore your spiritual sides and the more esoteric and more ethereal sides of yourselves and of the world. And I feel like there's just this never-ending adventure between the two of you, because there's always something new to explore and always something new to be interested in. There's an abundance of adventures that you can have together. There's an abundance of topics you can explore, things you can create, things you can do together, ways to have fun together. I feel like you both are willing to go outside your comfort zone, and I feel like you both give one another the confidence to do that. Like, you know, the wheel person may have not had the confidence to publish their writings until the justice person, you know, whipped out their incredible editing skills and, you know, laid out the steps to make that possible and make it seem more doable for the wheel person. And, you know, the justice person may not realize how cathartic and freeing it is to just express your emotions and just let them flow until the wheel person forces it out of them. Well, not forces, but, you know, very strongly encourages it out of them. But I also think, too, this connection is brimming with opportunities. You know, if you know you want to grow something, like build something, create something, you are excellent partners to do that because you cover all of your bases together. And not only that, I feel like when you take opportunities together, you open the door for even more possibilities and opportunities to come. I really do feel like this connection is fulfilling on a personal level, but it can also be fulfilling on a career or creative project level. Like, I definitely think that this connection is a source of all, like, abundance, but monetary abundance. Like, you and them can work really well together. Really, really well. Okay, now I want to see something unique about your connection that is like solely unique to this connection in your life. Like, you don't have this with any other connection in your life. So what is unique for the wheel and justice person when it comes to their connection? What makes it so unique? Oh, we have the 9 of Cups. I love this. Contentment and satisfaction. Like, there is just this beautiful sense of peace. I would honestly be really shocked if you and them argue very often. Like, I feel like you don't even have arguments. You just have discussions. Like, hey, there's an issue. We need to look at it and resolve it. It's not something personal. I mean, the wheel person might get overwhelmed at times. Like, because, for example, maybe because the wheel person is more sporadic. So maybe, you know, they tell the justice person, like, hey, I'm going to get this rough draft done by Monday. And they just feel like crap all weekend and they just don't have the energy to write. Nothing's flowing. It's not right. You know, the justice person, they may be like getting really upset, be like, justice person's going to be so mad at me. And they talk to the justice person and they're like, I understand. Why don't you at the very least just try to write something and get it out? And, you know, if you hate it, that's okay. But at least we've got something and we can go from there. Or if, you know, it's Tuesday and the wheel person hasn't said anything, the justice person might be like, hey, wheel, what's going on? You all right? Is everything good? You know, we talked about having that rough draft done on Monday and I haven't heard from you. You know, I'm not mad at you. I just want to know if you're all right and if you need anything from me and if I can help you. Like, I feel like this is just very sweet. It's very sweet and just very mutually fulfilling. And with the 9 of Cups here, I feel like this is a connection that both of you have wanted in your lives for a very long time. No matter what type of connection it is, like, I feel like it's mutually uplifting. You're really comfortable and content in one another's presence. And I also think, like, you don't feel afraid to share your desires and your dreams and your wishes with one another, because not only do you both have the capacity to make them happen, but you're open-minded and optimistic enough to believe that you can make them happen, and you can. And I feel like you both are secure enough in yourselves that your individual successes and your individual accomplishments are not things that you get insecure by, or that you or them like get discouraged by or anything like that. You both celebrate one another. And I also think that there's just this really happy, positive energy between the two of you. Like, I love that we have the Ace of Cups and the Nine of Cups, because the Ten of Cups is like such a beautiful card, and it's literally all about fulfillment, contentment, completion, happiness, joy, love, family. And I feel like you both kind of operate in this Nine of Cups energy together, where you're overall very satisfied, but it's like once there's a new idea or a new opportunity, or you're brought towards, you have some grand idea, it's like that Ace of Cups comes in, and you both capitalize on it, and you're like, okay, I have this feeling like I need to write this book. And then they're like, let's do it. Like, let's start making plans. I'll start, like, you know, I don't know, doing whatever justice type people do. I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely more of a wheel. That's how I know how to call the wheel out. But, you know, logistical stuff, that sort of thing. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm definitely more of a vibey person than a methodical, regimented kind of gal. But I feel that cheetah energy. I don't know. I can see both sides. Well, I guess I only am able to read things that I understand, so I guess there's a little bit of me in every single pile and every single thing. Anyway, Nine of Cups. So now, anything else with the Nine of Cups? No, I think I covered it. Okay. So now I want to see something that Spirit wants you both to do together, which is going to be really interesting. I feel like this question was designed for you two, because this question has been unsatisfying in the last 3 readings. Not that it's been bad, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this question was meant for you guys. Like, this question came up for you. So Spirit, what do you want the Wheel and Justice people to do together? We have the High Priestess. Illumination and knowledge. They want you to do anything that you feel drawn towards together. They want you to go after any project that feels right, any road that you feel that you both want to travel down. And they also just want you to continue embracing your spiritual sides and exploring that together. Whether it's, you know, going to spiritual classes together, or you know, just taking time to meditate together, or encourage each other to meditate together, whether it's whatever it is. Like, I definitely think that you're really just being encouraged to embrace your deep soulful sides and really share them with each other, because that's going to help you both have more confidence in sharing it with the world. And I also think it's easier to understand certain elements of yourself when you have someone to bounce ideas off of and just bounce energy off of. So I definitely think that this is so mutually beneficial, in the sense that not only do you empower the best parts of one another, but Spirit wants you to use that energy and that empowerment to bring about more wisdom, bring about more illumination and understanding of yourselves, and take what you learn and take what you see and share it with the world in a way that is authentic and aligned with who you both are and how you feel comfortable expressing what you've learned, and give it to the world in a meaningful way that matters. So I just really love this, and I think that you're just really being encouraged to continue embracing yourselves, continue embracing the weirder sides of the world and doing things in unconventional ways, and embrace the magic that is inherently within this connection that allows both of you to reach heights together that would be much harder if you didn't have the other. So I want to finish off by seeing if there's any other whys in terms of why you both came together. So, or were meant to be brought together. So Spirit, why else were these two meant to be brought together? Interesting. So, I mean, okay, first of all, I didn't look at the back of the deck on any of the other decks, but since you guys only got one card here, I've had multiple cards fall out in each pile before. I definitely think the back of the deck is important. I feel like you both bring clarity and direction to one another. I think both of you could get very confused or very stuck when it comes to like each of your weaknesses. Like, for example, if like the Justice person may be very good at the logic side, but what if they get a project done and then they have the most brilliant inspiration after they turn it in? Or the Wheel of Fortune person has all of these wonderful ideas and has the ability to, you know, create, but then when it comes to sharing it or promoting it or making it like more refined, maybe that's where they struggle. So I feel like both of you help one another streamline your ideas, help one another stay on track, and not let distractions get the best of you or take either of you off whatever goal you're headed towards or whatever path you're headed down. So what's the other why? Oh, we have the Magician, synchronicity, manifestation. This is so beautiful. Okay, so with the Magician being here, definitely, you know, the phrase that I just always feel when I see the Magician, or I guess here, is as above, so below. And the fact that we have synchronicity and manifestation, I actually think you both manifested one another. Part of me actually even wonders if meeting one another in this lifetime wasn't fated, but rather decided by the both of you through mutual manifestation and a desire to have that connection with one another. That'd be interesting. It could be either or. But the Magician can also represent high-level soulmates, so that you could be soulmates for one another. And soulmates don't have to be romantic. They can also be platonic and familial. So soulmates are a very broad definition. And I think that you both help one another speed up your manifestations. You make your manifestations stronger. And you are able just to accomplish so much together. And the cool thing is that we have the High Priestess and the Magician. Those are counterparts. And they're the spiritual side of things. So I definitely think that this connection helps bring you both closer to the universe, closer to yourselves, and is teaching you both how to embrace the mysteries of life and not be afraid to take risks. Because even if you flop, you have an abundance of ideas and you will always learn something. You learn more from your flops than your flexes. Copyright Asotero 2023. I just came up with that. I'm sure someone else has said it. I highly doubt it's that creative, but you learn more from your flops than your flexes. Anyway, I definitely think that this connection is really just meant to help you both put your manifestation powers into hyperdrive and make your creations and the things that you want to manifest in the world even better than they would have been on your own. Like, this is definitely an energy where when you both come together, the sum is greater than the parts. Like, you both are wonderful on your own, but you're absolutely, utterly incredible together. Like, unstoppable, limitless. 888 is a number of abundance, a number of infinite. Like, 8 is literally just the infinity sign vertical. Like, what you can accomplish and create is infinite. And the fact that you have the support and the ability to not only be there for one another, but root for one another, praise one another for your strengths, and see the beauty in one another. It helps you both see that beauty in yourselves as well, and just recognize how lovable you are and how much you deserve to follow your dreams and accomplish them, because you both do, and you can do it together. So why not have this connection? So with that being said, I am going to go ahead now and finish off with advice. I'm going to start with this deck, and if you didn't watch the intro, I am doing this in a way where I pull individually for each of you, and then a card like for both of you together, that's like for the both of you. But if you are like person B, for example, and you resonate with person A's guidance, take it. I'm not the tarot police. I'm not gonna be like, no, that's person A's guidance, you can't have it. Like, if it resonates, take it. Just do it. Okay, so Spirit, what do you want to remind the Wheel of Fortune person about themselves? What do they need to know? Beautiful. I tune out negative people and thoughts. And this is actually really funny because I'll tell you a little funny story. We're already here. This reading's been long. We're doing it. I actually got this deck because my fellow friend, she's also a reader. Happy Twins 1111. Shout out to her. But she had this deck and she sent me this card and she was like, this card looks so much like you, which actually it kind of does. It's kind of creepy. But yeah, I just think that's funny because I was like, yeah, I resonate with the with the wheel probably a little bit more than justice person. But yeah, I definitely think that you're really just being guided, if you are the wheel person, to be conscious and aware of negative people and negative thoughts, because you are more vulnerable to negativity. You're more vulnerable to positivity, which is a great thing, but you're also more vulnerable to negativity. And negativity is always going to be more dense than positivity. It's just a lower vibration. It packs more of a punch. And so I feel like if you are the wheel person, you're really just being encouraged to not feel like you have to be open to negativity or even listen to it or even contemplate it. I think you're really just being encouraged to stay in your own good energy as much as you can and continue to cultivate that, and also just be conscious of what you're consuming. And I don't just mean food, I mean like media, music, like, well, music is part of media. Anything that you like, that you are reading, watching, like you're taking in information all the time. So you want to make sure with the information that you have control over taking in, it's uplifting and supporting you, because you are vulnerable to negativity. And if you're not careful, that negativity can really slow you down and get you out of whack and out of balance and just create more difficulties for you that are unnecessary. So I definitely think that you're just really being encouraged to put yourself first and put your need to be in a positive environment, or at the very least have positive things coming towards you and consuming positive things. Like, make that a priority, because that will help create a protective barrier for yourself when you do have to encounter negativity and you don't have control over it. But let's see what does the justice person need to know about themselves? I am ready. So I definitely think that, Spirit, if you're the justice person, I love how similar in artwork these are. I feel like Spirit is encouraging the justice person to take a risk that they've been thinking about, or take a risk that seems improbable in your mind, but your heart is guiding you towards. It's actually really interesting because 30 is, in numerology, 30 reduces to 3, and 3 is the number of the Empress. And I think that this is kind of part of the justice person embracing their Empress energy and maturing. Like, I feel like the universe is saying you don't need to wait, you don't need to study more, you have the green light to go after what you want. I feel like if you are the justice person, you massively underestimate your skills, you massively underestimate your abilities, and I feel like you massively underestimate how much you've grown and evolved. And I feel like you'll only be able to see that once you put what you've learned to the test and see what happens. And I definitely think you're ready to. But what do you both need to learn or need to know about both of yourselves? Ah, interesting. This came out in the other pile. I'm responsible for my life. So ultimately, neither of you, like, if there's ever... Well, okay. I'm just hearing the word codependency. So this connection could fall into like a codependent dynamic. And I think that it's just an important reminder that you both still are the leads in one another's lives. And I think the only thing that can make this, well, not the only thing, but one of the things that can make this connection challenging is if you both try to go along with things that you don't actually believe in. So like, you know, if one of you has an idea that the other isn't really feeling, but you go with it just because you want to make the other happy, don't do that, because that's going to create frustration and resistance. And if you don't both believe in something and believe in the vision, it's not going to manifest the way it is supposed to. Because the best and most powerful creations that you have together are going to be created from a place of love and a place from mutual passion, interest, and desire to head in that direction. So I feel like it would be really effective if you both made a promise to one another to be honest about when you are actually enthusiastic about an idea and when you may just be following an idea because you want to make the other person happy. But I also think that with this I am responsible for my life, I think you're also just being reminded that, you know, even though you are such wonderful counterbalances and teammates, it is important to make sure that you're not relying on the other to do things that you are capable of doing for yourself. Unless you're both cool with it. But I definitely think you both are responsible for cultivating the lives that you want, and I think you both have the ability to do it on your own, but you can do it so much stronger together. So like, why not? Why not do it? Okay, now we're gonna look at this deck. I'm just gonna, I think it's called the Powers Essential Oil Oracle cards, if you're wondering. I write down, I labor over a hot keyboard writing down all of the decks that I use. So if you ask me what deck it is, literally just go to the description. I list all of them. And sometimes some of y'all try to come for my neck and say I forgot one. No, I didn't. You just didn't read. I double check. And when I say I forgot one, when I'm told I forgot one, I go back and look. 9 times out of 10, it's there. Anyway. Okay. No, okay. Wheel person. Spirit, what guidance do you have for the wheel person right now that could be useful for them? Okay, we have the theme of acceptance. The trigger statement is, I cannot trust anyone, and the true statement is, everyone deserves my love. I open my heart to heal and release. I open myself to the peace of divine love and grace. So I definitely think that if you are the wheel person, you're really just being encouraged to accept the fact that not everyone is going to be able to hold and receive the love that you have for the world and the love that you feel in general. They're not going to be able to understand that. Like, if you're the wheel person and you come at someone with genuinely pure and kind intentions and they doubt you or they hurt you or they do something messed up to you, that's not because you did something wrong or because you're at fault. It literally is a reflection of them, and it has nothing to do with you. It just has everything to do with where they're at in life. And I think it would be really helpful if you are the wheel person to just recognize that just because other people can't receive your love in the way you would hope they would, doesn't mean you should stop giving it when you feel like you should. Obviously, you may want to be like selective. Like, there are some people where you may just not want to put yourself in that situation. But, you know, especially when it comes to like putting things out into the world, people have the ability to review things. Some people are going to like things and some people aren't. But anything made with love, you will never regret. And I don't think you will ever regret sharing your love with the world when it feels authentic to you. You can't control how people respond, but at the very least, you're being authentic to who you are, and the people that are meant to receive it will genuinely benefit from it and will respond to it in ways that affirm that sharing that love is and was the right decision. What about the justice person? What does the justice person need to know? Okay, so we have the third eye chakra for the justice person. The theme is nourishment, and the trigger statement is, it is all my fault, and the true statement is, I see what I truly need. Your energetic body needs nourishment, so begin to discern physical hunger from spiritual hunger. Cherish your body and the way it supports you. So yeah, I definitely think that the justice person is not satisfied by material things as much as maybe they used to be, or they're not as satisfied by, I just feel like they're growing in depth, and their spiritual energy is growing. And if you're the justice person, I just definitely think that the spiritual side of you needs more nourishment, and maybe the physical side of you does as well. You know, maybe you can be so tunnel vision that you forget to feed yourself or make sure you're like properly hydrated. So I definitely think you're being encouraged to recognize where you can better support yourself and your needs and nourish yourself more. But what about between the two of them, Spirit? What guidance do you have for both of you? Okay, beautiful. We have wisdom. The trigger statement is, it doesn't make sense, and the true statement is, I see the bigger picture. You are moving towards a deeper level of understanding. From knowledge to wisdom, take time to absorb the lessons. Yeah, there is a lot of like wisdom to be gained here. And I don't know why, but I just got a vision from the Goonies. Love that movie. But I don't know why that has significance to this reading. I'm not really kind of getting it, other than, you know, you both have the ability to handle really difficult challenges. Hopefully you are not being tracked down by Italian convicts. But even if you are, you have the strength and the skills to set up booby traps and save the day. I don't know. I've been channeling for quite a while. Give me some grace. Okay, we're gonna finish off with this reading with a... Oh, I also want to mention as well, the more you both get to know one another and the more you build the connection with one another, the more you are going to intuitively understand one another and be able to anticipate each other's needs and be able to call one another out when something needs to be said or needs to be done. Or like, you know, if, for example, a justice person is neglecting themselves, the wheel person is going to know that. Or if the wheel person is like really struggling emotionally one day, like the justice person is going to pick up on that and be very patient. Like, I love the vibe here. And I think also you're really just being encouraged to follow what you both feel passionate about, even if it doesn't make sense yet. Just see where it takes you, because an idea might not be the idea that you're meant to act on, but maybe it's meant to lead you to an even better idea, and it'll be the source of inspiration for that idea that you will then ground and create and whatever. But now I want to see what the wheel person is being asked to surrender. Surrender the habit of people pleasing. Speak your needs and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make everyone else happy. Yes, absolutely. I definitely think that the wheel person needs to be upfront and honest, especially if the justice person is like making deadlines or things like that, or coming up with like plans or structures or things like that. I feel like the wheel person needs to be really honest and not overestimate how much they think they can get done in a specific period of time. And also, like, I feel like the justice person can and will be patient with the wheels person's needs. But I feel like if you're the wheel person and you're agreeing to some sort of timeline to make the justice person happy or to just keep the peace, I feel like you are creating more stress for yourself and the justice person. If you just say, hey, I don't think that timeline is going to work for me. I know myself and I will probably need more time to like rest or more time to just decompress. I need some buffer time. The justice person's gonna be like, okay, how much time do you think you need? How can we work with that? So yeah, I honestly feel like the biggest source of tension between the two of you could be both of you wanting, doing things that don't feel right to you because you want to make the other happy. And then once the other realizes it, they're like, why didn't you tell me? I was only so confident in this because you also felt so confident in this. Like, I'm not dead, like, yeah. Anyway, for the justice person spirit, what do they need to surrender? Surrender your belief in scarcity. Yeah, one big reason why you're meant to meet each other is to understand abundance. The universe is asking you to open to the infinite nature of abundance. In this way, you can remove blocks in your life and succeed beyond your wildest dreams. Yeah, absolutely. I think that the wheel person will really helps the justice person think bigger and recognize that even if it doesn't happen according to plan, it can still work out better than either of you imagined. Beautiful. Okay, let's see what the both of you need to surrender. Surrender to trust. I love this. Trust yourself in your decisions. Don't be swayed by other people's strong decisions about what to do. Take action and be confident that you have chosen the right path. So I definitely think that you are being called to trust one another and trust in each other's powerful visions as well. Obviously, if one doesn't feel right or you're not into it or you're not inspired by it, you don't need to do that. Maybe that's an individual project that one of you needs to explore. But I do think that you are being asked to trust one another and trust in your ability to succeed and trust in your ability to follow what feels right, even if you don't know where the outcome will lead. Like, you both are on the right path already. You really can't go wrong here. There's just opportunities to learn and opportunities to slay and grow. So, pile 4, that is where I'm going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching and for putting up with my less than stellar channeling for this reading. And just thank you so much for being here. If you would like to support me in any ways, thank you to everyone who lets my ads play in the background while they do something else more interesting, because that is a great way to support me. That is free, but also helps me pay my bills. You can check out a reading with an extended. That's incredibly helpful, or just any other readings of mine. You can like this video, which is so helpful. Thank you to everyone who does that. You can comment down below. Let me know how it resonates, and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also click that little notification bell to be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you want me to see your comment, I usually see comments. I'm most likely to see your comment when I first upload. You can also, what else can you do? You can check out my candles or any other candles on Angelic Magic 888's site. And you can check out my social media as well as my merch. But that is all I have for you guys. So thank you so much for watching and for being here. I hope you enjoyed this reading and I hope it helped. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night whenever it is that you're watching this video, and I hope you'll come back and see me again soon. Bye.